Hello there, everybody. Welcome to another Creation Science Theater. I'm your host, Doc Dino, here with the lovely Maya Adkison.
Hi, everybody.
Today we're opening up on something more pleasant than the actual topic of this stream.
Yeah, I swear to myself I would not do the stream, but here I am.
In case
Anything
anyone's curious,
for a friend.
Grazie. Well, if anyone's curious, what's on screen is a teenage Gorgosaurus, like a smaller relative of T-Rex with preserved gut contents, which is pretty neat. Fossil looks
cool.
Like it's pretty squished up.
It's food, so we know what it ate.
Last meal.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you know what that was? It's kind of like plants, animals.
Let's see. Oh, so here's the actual specimen. What was above was a cast. Or maybe this is after cleaning.
Okay. No, I mean, you'd have to. I was just wondering if you knew. I'm not trying to stop the stream for little old me.
Oh, it's fine. This always happens. Apparently it was other baby dinosaurs.
Oh my God. That's morbidly fascinating.
Yeah, so... Oh, it only ate the legs.
Only the legs. Yeah, you got to leave some for mama.
So they say, obviously, it had an appetite for drumsticks. That's great.
Who doesn't? Love that dark meat.
That's kind of cool.
That is cool. I think it's cool. But yeah, I'm sure the whatever it ate wasn't as thrilled, but...
Oh, well. But, yeah, tonight we have something interesting.
Indeed.
So after months of putting it off, I just recently saw an upload by the great Matt Powell that couldn't really resist covering.
Yeah.
He equates abortion to 9/11, which is...
Who can resist that urge?
Yeah. Like, granted, I was a baby when this happened, but, that means I grew up to see a lot of the fallout from it, and seeing him equate a national event like that with, frankly, a often... Well...
I mean, it's a dick move,
medical
right?
procedure is... There's a slight difference of scale,
I mean, yeah. I mean, one was like a horrific atrocity that just devastated tens of thousands of families. I mean, really the whole country. It's hard to explain what was going on in the country, but it was just noticeable depression, like a countrywide depression. It was insane. And I mean, there was like just shock, confusion. We didn't know what to do. And we had Bush as a president, and that really could have gone either way.
Yeah.
I have heard it, good on him for not likening it to the Holocaust, because I've heard that one too.
Oh, I'm sure he's done it before.
Right. But I mean, they're not. Another, abortions are private procedures that women do to make their lives better. Even if they're not pleasant. Nobody's laughing. Nobody wants to kill a baby. Usually they want to ensure the success of the current family, because most people who have abortions are already mothers. But let's see how Matt jumps on marginalized people this week.
Yeah, he's going to do it in a few different ways, because this is just the first video we're covering. But yeah, for anyone in the audience who didn't know, I'm pretty sure both of us are pro-choice.
Definitely pro-choice. I don't believe the government should be regulating medical procedures in quite this way.
Mm.
I mean, if they have like a high, if there's something wrong with the procedure in and of itself, then yeah, maybe we should like perhaps look at something else.
Mm.
But the issue is actually safer than giving birth. I mean, the
Yeah,
procedure is actually
by
procedure, yeah.
several orders of magnitude, I think.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean,
Uh,
this is just Matt being a dick and trying to shove his morals onto other people.
so, in other words, it's a Matt Powell production. I mean, other than his awful, awkward prank videos, that seems to be all he's capable of making.
I think he is an awful prank, just in and of itself. I did kind of look over the video. Well, I looked over the other video, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, you're a cartoon character, right? Like, people actually
No,
think these
he's a
things.
real preacher, and it sucks.
Really does, really does.
But well, we might as well get started. To the
Yeah,
folks in the
I got my
audience,
wine,
it's
and I also have my extra strength Excedrin for when the headache sets in.
oh fun. I've already taken Tylenol, but
Smart
I've had a
choice.
headache all day.
And then you want to do this? Rookie.
Yeah, I mean, I would have done it yesterday, but one, I kind of forgot, and two, the headache was worse yesterday. So
Fair.
yeah, and just so people in the chat know, Ember will probably show up at some point, and maybe Mark in a couple hours. So
All right.
we might have a fuller house soon.
Hey, I am a full house, all on my own.
All right, well then I guess we'll have another hand. Yeah, same here, Al. Same here. And like especially I personally have a problem with people trying to legislate against abortion in the cases of like ectopic pregnancies,
That was insane.
which for anyone who doesn't know is when the fetus is implanted somewhere it shouldn't be. This can be anywhere from the fallopian tubes to a woman's kidney, or a kidney,
Yeah.
or a liver, which has happened.
But I mean, all
It's
ectopic
horrific.
pregnancies are not viable. They cannot be saved, and they need to be dealt with immediately, or else the woman will die. Trying to legislate against them is, I mean, you're just killing women at this point.
Yeah. It's awful. And I mean, I cannot get pregnant myself, but as the older brother of two sisters, yeah, I fight for people's right to choose.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Abortion was the wrong way. No matter how early it was performed, it was taking life. That was from Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood. Even she knew that abortion is murder.
Wait, was that an actual quote from her?
I don't know. I mean, it could be.
Kind of feels like it was. If it was taken out of context, or hate that
let's see, I'm looking for it. I'm not seeing. Apparently it's possibly from her autobiography. But like she's just basically saying that contraception was the better option.
Oh,
overall,
well,
which
yeah.
I mean, you don't get pregnant in the first place.
Well, that's always the plan.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the preferred option.
Right.
And it's funny when you actually put effort into sex ed in like high school and middle school, teenage pregnancies plummet. It's
Yeah.
really weird how that happens.
Yeah, when it's like when you give people education and contraception, abortion rates just plummet. But
Mhm.
we can't tell kids about sex because then they'll want to have it, which is kind of
Which
contrary
they're
to
gonna have it anyway. You might as well make it so they're having it safely.
just saying.
Yeah. It's like,
God.
well, it's like people are gonna drive anyway. Nobody gets into a car planning to get into a crash.
And
But
leave
we
it to
can make
Matt
it
to
easier
take
for
a
them not to crash.
and leave it to Matt to take a quote out of context. I'm beginning to think that this is going to be the first in a long line of cherry picking.
Oh, well, I mean that's most of what Matt does. Yeah,
Indeed.
there's gonna be a few. Oh, and there's gonna also be a few minutes of this video I skip over
Oh
because
yeah, I approve.
yeah. Well, we'll get there when we get there.
My choice! My choice!
And the most popular pro-abortion
I like her.
argument is that it's my
Yeah.
body, so it's my choice. And they want to make it out as if we're infringing upon women's rights.
Yeah,
The
they
problem with that
That's
is
not true.
that it's actually not their body.
Yeah.
The child that's
No.
inside of their
So
The child that's inside of their what? Their what? Their body? The child is inside of their
body
body?
is technically
yep, inside of their body.
Their body. Yeah.
Thank
so
you,
so
Matt.
it's my body? So we agree. Yeah, God damn it.
Yeah, like
Well,
it-
it's a
between
separate
a
body.
quarter and a
Maybe it shouldn't
third.
be in mine. It's-
Yeah,
I mean, and somebody said this the other day, and it's just insane to me. If somebody is in your house, you don't have to wait and see, well, maybe they don't know if I'm here. Maybe if I just say, hey, I'm home, they'll run away. Like, you don't have to give them that option. If they're in your house, you can kill them. And I mean, not in every, certainly not in my state.
yeah,
but,
depends on the state.
willing to bet in his state and any, what do you call stand your ground state? Just the act of being on somebody's property is a threat in and of itself. In the same states that have stand your ground laws, so that a stranger can't be in your house stealing your shit while you're asleep, that deserves the death penalty. But a child taking nutriments from your body, like prohibiting your full ability to work, making you go to the doctor, causing you to have more resources, medical resources. And then people talk about child rearing like it's like 18 years. I'm a mom. Does not stop at 18. There's no hard stop date. You're a parent for your fucking life. If they ever read my biography 100 years from now, I will still have been a mother. Like it doesn't stop. And, to say it's like, oh, well, the child has a right to be in your body against your consent, but, a Robert doesn't. Can we just call the abortion procedure a gun and be done with all this shit?
Yeah, then they might be
Just
for
have
it.
it designated as a gun and protected under the Second Amendment. And now I'm standing my ground. Goddamn.
Yeah, just like, sorry, Matt. The person carrying the fetus is sort of important in this discussion. And what a lot of people like him want to do is make every single abortion illegal, including, like we talked before, ectopic pregnancies, situations where if they were born, they'd probably bankrupt the family. There's so much, like it, and like the thing is, outlawing it doesn't even stop it. Like,
Right.
believe it or not, the rates are pretty consistent even after it's outlawed. It's just a lot less safe for the women or mothers who are
Yes
getting.
and no. For
abortion.
women who are in bordering states, there actually quite a few states have like bulked up on like their abortion clinic, like had to have like more abortion clinics, and some have relocated towards the border so that they can better serve the influx. Like every border state, every state that has a that is bordering a state with an abortion ban has had an influx of abortion, like doubled their abortion rates, more or less, for the state. Because, yeah, it's like you
Fair.
said, women aren't.
Well, because the women will leave to
Yeah.
get the abortion.
Right.
Right.
And they are doing that. And I really do feel bad for women in Texas, just because it's such a huge state. And I was reading about one, and she was in northern Texas, but all the border states in Texas have outlawed it. So for her to get to the nearest abortion clinic would have been 12 hours one way.
Ugh. Yeah,
And she's in northern Texas. I mean, women in El Paso are screwed. I mean, it might be easier to swim to Mexico.
Probably would be. Here, wait, what? Why did I get a happy birthday? It is not my birthday. I am confused. But okay.
I know.
Technically independent.
If super chats, I'd be like, just go with it.
I'm not quite there yet.
Here's why. Because it has its own unique blood type many times. It has its own unique DNA. As soon as the sperm meets the egg, it creates a new form of DNA that is independent of the mother and father. And so to say that it is literally part of her body is false.
It is not
It is
false.
a distinct...
I mean, I don't think he understands what we're saying when we're saying my body, my choice. Nobody's saying that that it's not a distinct or separate entity. But it is directly connected to us, like directly.
Yeah, it is growing within you.
Right. I mean, everything I eat, the baby eats. There's a reason that, I shouldn't drink when I'm pregnant, or, I actually didn't take any drugs outside of prenates, which was horrible, because they were like, well, if you had a headache and try Tylenol. And I'm like, okay, like, what is that supposed to do? Like Tylenol. It's funny. But I couldn't take a hot bath. It was insane. There's just so many things that you have to do when you're trying to support another life inside of you. Like, he's just... And a part of me wants to say he's being obtuse. But I mean, it's sheer ignorance. Like, I've heard so many people use these arguments, and I'm just like, you know what? And I remember growing up Catholic and hearing these arguments and thinking, yeah, that makes sense. And, that's ridiculous. But then I actually talked to people who were pro-choice and realized that I was straw manning them, and that they too had good arguments, and that their arguments were actually better. And now, despite the fact that unless my life were in jeopardy, despite my financial circumstances, I personally would still choose to have a baby. I would not place that on another woman or person, pregnant person, because I don't have to walk in their shoes. I don't have to live their life. I don't have the right to impose my moral values on another person.
Especially about such a sensitive topic.
Seriously.
Yeah. Because, like, I do want to make the distinction. Most people that are pro-choice don't want there to be more abortions.
Yeah, clear. Yes.
But
100%.
they are often necessary, and they're going to happen anyway. So
yeah, and that's actually what I say to... Yeah, that's actually what I say to people who are forced birthers. I can't call them anything else, because pro-life, pro-choice is the pro-life stance, honestly. But it's like, it's not like we're not, well, there are some pro-abortioners, but most people who are pro-choice really are pro-life. They want, but when they hear, okay, there are women who want to have babies where it's deadly, and I mean, it's just one is too many, especially when you're talking about taking a parent out of the home of children. What the pro-choice movement wants is sex ed in every public school across the nation. They want medical for all, at least, or at least contraception for all. They want women to have control of their bodies and to plan appropriately for their families. That's what the pro-choice movement wants. It is not to kill as many babies as they possibly can. It's abhorrent. It's an abhorrent thought.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but
oh no, you're fine. You're the
he's
guest.
such a punchable face, and I like my computer screen, so I just have to scream. It's kind of how you felt in my chat last night.
Oh, with Roger.
Yeah.
Like Matt really does have like a baby face. He
Punchable
really
face.
does.
Punchable baby face.
Independent, autonomous individual that is formed at conception.
I think there's two things that make life valuable. I think consciousness, the ability to experience pain, senses and stuff like that, and personal identity. That's the best way to define life, is personal identity and consciousness.
There are people all over the world that are not aware of their surroundings. They might be in a coma, they might be mentally retarded, they might have certain issues that hold them back from being...
What was that?
Is this projection? The person that's not aware of their surroundings and seemingly in a coma.
But like, Matt, yes, those people do exist. They are different from an unborn fetus.
It's like women just don't know that they should want to die instead of aborting their baby. They're just completely oblivious to their surroundings. Good one, Matt.
It's just like most people in comas can be you can get them out of the coma, or they might wake up eventually. People who are mentally handicapped, to use a more proper term, they can still live full and productive lives. Like, they can. Also, hello, Ember.
Ta-da! Yeah, Matt being case in point of a person who's handicapped, disabled, I suppose.
I mean, educationally, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I myself was actually in remedial classes. I was also in the gifted program at the same time because my school system was amazing.
That's insane. What? What state was that?
New York.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I had the whole thing. I had the advanced reading and the slow readers class at the same time. I also did speech therapy.
How the fuck is that even possible?
Because of the way they do evaluations. It's like check boxes and shit, and I checked boxes on too many things on two separate evaluations. Okay. And they don't bother to talk to each other, so
No, that checks, yeah.
As someone from very small town Iowa, turns out I had a lot of issues that I didn't understand until I left there, and I'm just now starting to learn to deal with. That really would have helped me back in school.
Yeah, the school systems are often a bit lacking too.
I think we all have that story. Sex ed for many people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, that was weird. Very conservative area actually had pretty decent sex ed. It's weird.
I was actually in a liberal area that had pretty bad sex ed, but it was there. It was there. So I'll applaud them on that.
Though, to be fair, it might have been mostly the teacher, because the teacher who did it was very progressive.
Mm,
And still is, as far as I know. She's very nice.
that's cool.
Yeah, she always has a ton of reptiles in her classroom, including a huge iguana and tiny snakes, and a tank with 4 turtles. You can probably guess what their names are.
Oh, that is cute. Yeah. Yeah, we're old enough to actually remember when they were on TV and not just like the movies of the TV show.
Hey, I watched the original cartoons.
They sold a lot of pizza.
Like on VHS after the fact, or
Well, yeah,
from your
but I still
iPhone?
watched them. Oh no, I don't do iPhones.
Man after my own heart. Amber, oh, you have the dress on.
I do.
Can I see it? You know what? Can you put Amber on the big screen? So she keeps talking about the dress. I'm sorry, she or they? What do we like?
Like I said, I'm good with anything. I like she a little bit more, but
All right,
they's
she
fine.
it is.
Or, yeah,
Amber has been talking about her dress with pockets.
About
So
as much as I
jealous.
can get.
Oh my goodness!
But yeah, there's pockets down on my hips.
2 thumbs up.
Well,
Work it,
you look
girl.
lovely.
Yee.
All right. Well,
Oh well.
Amber,
Back to bigotry.
we've been yes.
Go ahead.
I've been ranting for a whole minute and 22 seconds about how stupid and punchable this fucking guy.
That's very fair, and often both higher quality entertainment and more educational than anything Matt has to say.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
Every
thank
2
God.
words out of his mouth are just wrong. Would you like to weigh in on your opinion of abortion before we carry on? Because I like your voice way better than his.
Oh, I suppose that's fair. So, yeah, I've had an evolving opinion of abortion. When I grew up, I was conflicted. Like, I was personally very pro-life, but I understood the issue wasn't whether it was right or wrong to abort a baby. It was whether the government should be able to tell you whether it was right or wrong. So I was personally pro-life, but politically I was pro-choice.
Yes.
And that got weirder when I got into ministry. People started asking me my opinion as a minister, and I was like, well, as a minister, the government shouldn't be telling anybody what the fuck they can do, you know?
There you go.
Yeah. But I've since come, I actually, somewhere around the 2000s, I was writing for Yahoo News, and I did a piece on the 2 different sides, trying to, you know, as one does, I try to get a handle on what the other side thinks and why they think that's right. And that changed my thinking quite a bit, because I came to realize that both sides are almost saying the same thing and talking right past each other. Like, nobody wants to bathe in the blood of the unborn. It's just a matter of the narrative that is being inflicted on them. Yes. And that's really, really unfortunate.
And, you know, it was really weird because P-Town is very, well, you've met him. We actually had a conversation about abortion. I have it on my channel. And we do, like, we're pretty much on the same thing, on the same place where we agree what should happen. He doesn't like what actually happens. And so my push when I spoke with him was like, okay, given what actually happens, perhaps if we want to prevent abortions, we should maybe look at Medicare for all, livable wages, and putting in the social support system that mothers would need to make the decision to keep their babies, because they do want to keep their babies. They can't afford to. So if, you know, there's a number of things that we can do, that we know we can do, because other countries are doing them as we speak, that lower abortion rates. But as a Christian, or whatever the hell he is he a Calvinist? Does anybody know? It's crazy. But his religion wouldn't allow him to either be pro-choice politically or do any of the things needed to minimize abortion rates, such as telling children about, let's say children, high schoolers, about sex, or providing contraception to anybody who wants it, or pressing businesses to raise the minimum wage. I mean, to pay people more, or empower unions. Not against any of that stuff. Like, holy fuck, what are you actually for? We can't do any of that stuff or have legal abortions. I don't think you want what you say you want.
No, and it's a failure to consider consequences, which is a thing I've noticed a lot of conservatives have issues with, whether they're dumb ones or smart ones. Well, smart being relative, of course. It's important to keep in perspective what preceded legal and safe abortions. Like, I was just recording a video the other day, which it'll come out later because there's holiday stuff coming up, but it'll be along. One of the things that the apologist I was responding to was saying was that it was Christian values that stopped the widespread practice of infanticide, of exposure. And of course, I had to look into that. No, that is not what happened at all. It's true that Rome did pass a law banning infanticide. And then 50 years later, they passed another law because the first law hadn't stopped it. And then 50 years later, they passed another law, and so on and so forth. And you can see what records remain from across medieval Europe, both legal and historical, show that the practice continued unabated through the entire freaking period. And
wow.
Before I looked into any of this is from when my grandmother was still living with us, is she told me that she was glad that they'd passed, that Roe versus Wade had become a thing, because when she was younger, it was not uncommon at all for a person to give birth and not be in a financial position to feed the baby. And if you didn't happen to live near an orphanage in a major city or something, you drowned the baby. That's just what you did. It was so common, nobody even bat an eye over it.
Wow.
And so, yeah, that's
Holy
what
crap.
what safe and legal abortion replaced. Up until the middle of the last century, people were still practicing infanticide. Yeah, abortion's better.
Wow. No, I had no idea that that's the first time I've heard that one. What I've heard from so many people like in every state was the girls who left to visit New York or whatever, wherever the nearest abortion doctor was, and didn't come back because it
I heard about that in school too. And that's another major risk, is like, if it's not legal, the coat hangers are going to come back out.
Right. Yeah. So many stories of girls throwing themselves downstairs. Puncturing themselves. A lot of coat hangers. A lot of, oh gosh. I mean, just, they're, I think people just think of shotgun weddings when they think out of wedlock babies, but yeah, when you actually look at what actually happened, and a lot of those people are still alive, and it's so shocking to me that they're saying, oh yeah, no abortions, and I'm like, but I mean, also there's also these same people who I hear a lot of stories from reporters who say that they'll be covering an abortion rally, and women will come out of the abortion clinic, pick up a sign, and start rallying against abortion. And like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh no, I am different for reasons. I don't want those Black women having abortions because they just want to kill babies, or it's this whole us versus them thing right now. It's just so insane. And, it's like most of this narrative that is propagating, and it's just so wrong. It's comical. And you're like, he can't possibly believe this. And I'm like, and I'm on the fence about it, because he definitely has the tools he needs to understand what the actual issue is. And he just won't. He's just regurgitating the same wrong tropes that right-wing think tanks have been propagating for decades.
And the thing with Matt is, I can't tell if he's just an idiot going along with it or if he's acting the fool for money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, he's one of the few I can't tell. Like, Hovind's obvious.
Hovind's obvious. No, I've actually seen Hovind concede a point and then tout it the very next week. The very next week. No lie. Back when I first got into the community, he was going through some financial stuff, and he was on different channels. I can't remember if MDD was one of them, but a lot of people had him on. And yeah, I'm not kidding. I know I'm prone to hyperbole, but I kid you not. I would see him concede a point on one channel one week, the very next channel just regurgitating the same stuff over and over. And then I've seen him recently saying the same things that I've seen him concede. Like, he 100%. I do believe he believes in evolution. I honestly do. And he just won't say it because, what is he, like 80? Like, how else is he going to be doing?
He's
making
getting
money
up
at
there.
this point?
He's 70, I think.
Yeah, but like, Powell doesn't have to do this. I don't know.
Yeah. Then there are
I'm on the fence. You could sway me either way on this one, because like, you don't have to. Like, maybe I'm sure with a lot of the things he says, it's just like, well, I'll believe them as long as I don't know the truth. I can keep believing this. And so this thing that somebody said once, I don't have to look into it because like my church doesn't want to hear that. And so I can get into heaven on technicality because I never looked into it. So technically I wasn't lying.
But there are two quick things I want to do or talk about quick. You're fine. Just to what Ember was saying earlier about drowning babies. Yeah, again, from small town Iowa, surrounded by farmland, there's a lot of wide open empty fields or valleys or cliffs. Like, people will find a place to do that, and they have all over them.
One of the reasons exposure was such a preferred practice is because technically you weren't the one who killed the baby. It was, the weather or a passing bear or whatever. And there was still a chance that, God willing, a passerby would come along and save the baby. So, if God wanted the baby to live, it was in God's hands.
And the second thing is for Subami here, some people know they shouldn't have a child and some just don't want kids. Yeah.
Well, those people are selfish and evil. Because, that's saith Matt Powell.
I wouldn't say most, but yeah, most people can tell,
if you don't want a kid,
I wouldn't make a great parent, and I don't want to screw someone else up. Like,
you don't have to make excuses. If you don't want a kid, you shouldn't have a kid, and nobody should make you feel bad about that.
Yeah.
I was adopted to a woman who was, just believed she was supposed to have kids. That was supposed to make her happy. And, I learned very early on that other people can't make you happy. And been very early advocate of people who, if you're on the fence or you don't know or you don't want, don't. You're not doing anybody any favors.
Yeah, and in fact, I'd argue that we actually should reverse the expectation of having children, not just because of our population problem, but because a lot of people who could be good parents and do want to have kids someday feel pressured into having kids earlier than they're ready for,
right?
And the kids end up having a shitty childhood because of it.
Exactly.
Oh well. I think I am going to hit play though.
Yes, please do. Please do. God, Powell. Okay.
Fully conscious or even aware of their surroundings. And that doesn't make them any less of a person. And so to make the argument that Well, it's not a human because it's not fully conscious. You're denying the personhood of millions and millions of people that exist in the world today that are already born. So what
Question.
constitutes a human being?
Denying the personhood?
Well, he's saying that because he was just talking about like people in comas or the mentally unwell people.
It's interesting he mentions people in comas because the argument isn't that fetuses aren't human.
No.
They have human DNA. They could, assuming nothing goes wrong, they could become a potential person, but they're not a person yet. People in comas, they already have personhood status. They already have legal protections and so on and so forth. Even though they're not actually using their bodies right now, nobody runs around like, you know, collecting blood from them to donate to the Red Cross or snagging a kidney here or there that they might need. A person in a coma doesn't have any obligation for their body to be used for the life support of another person.
Right.
A person in a coma, according to Matt Powell, has more rights than a woman who happens to be pregnant.
Yeah.
Also, we have a surprise Beamsy. Hello.
Beamsy!
I tried to wake up early enough, but I just missed the start.
Oh, you're fine.
I was here.
Taking a break from all this, man.
Pulling it up. Pulling it up in the rear.
If I say something stupid,
time,
make sure to
which is not like me.
I was late, but Aaron's show ran over, my show ran over, so you know.
Late. You were screaming. It's fine. Guys, look, I was here. It's everything.
Maya's got it covered.
We can't reach that level of perfection, but we try.
Oh, no.
Not everybody can be a goddess.
Not everybody can be a goddess. Exactly. I'm not expecting not goddesses to be goddesses. You know, Ember's a goddess in training. That's a fucking dinosaur. I mean, you know.
Well, what you got against dinosaurs?
No, you are a perfectly fine dinosaur. But dinosaurs aren't goddesses, you know. You're dinosaurs. You are better than most people I've met. And yeah.
And you're better than religion. Yeah.
Oh.
And then Beamsy lives in a fake continent.
And I'm well screwed and nearly a robot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did miss the Ember dress show off. It was fucking-tacular.
The purple one he was wearing yesterday?
Were you wearing that yesterday?
I had this one for the pre-recorded video, and then I had the shiny one for the live stream after.
What was shiny? Which one's shiny? Did I miss a shiny?
You
dress?
might have. Did you catch the live stream after?
No, I was prepping for my stream.
Missed it.
I'm sorry. There was a shiny dress and I missed it.
Yeah.
What color was it?
Mostly purple. It's got other color. Oh, I fucking love it. I know. It's my favorite too. That's why the border of my why nil is purple. Like my freaking coffee cup is purple.
My channel is purple and pink. I didn't choose the colors, but it's like blue, purple, and pink. It's awesome. I love my channel thingy. Shout out to Punk to Pasture, wherever he is. But what do you call it? Yeah, purple's awesome. I am so mad that I missed that. But kudos to you. I did like the rainbow shirt thing that you had on. Was it a dress too?
The trans flag one? Yeah.
Yes. I love that one. That
yeah,
one's awesome.
Me too.
Makes you look spectacular. I also kind of wish you could find like a way to like put the flower on your somewhere. We're gonna have to figure that out for you.
Yeah, it's eventually I'm hoping to have enough hair that I can
like super glue it onto your thingamabob.
Right.
Yes.
I actually did. I have it's a safety pin right here from back before the plague when people were using safety pins to signify they were a safe person. I know some friends who actually tattooed a safety pin on themselves, but I just have like a regular safety pin. But I've clipped the flower onto that before, but it like keeps banging against my headphones.
You look fabulous in flowers. I would definitely suggest more flowers in Ember.
I like flowers. They're pretty. I've got
They are. They are. I kill everything that grows, but yeah, the fake ones, it's hard to kill.
If I recall, my university has a special breed of lily that was made just for them.
I love lilies.
Ooh.
Those are my favorite flowers. I'm sorry. You know what? I don't want to your chat's going to be like, what the hell? Is this like fashion hour? All right.
I know, we're so random. I like
Yeah,
lilac
no,
best, by the way.
I'm sorry. Where's my pickaxe and torch? Matt Powell.
The less we talk about him, the better.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what grevilleas are?
What?
Grevilleas.
No. Is that a
Have you heard
British
of
or Aussie flower?
Yeah.
Australia
Is it
doesn't
not?
exist.
Give us a minute. I'll just take a photo and I'll
No,
be right back.
Beamsy, you're inconvenient for flat earthers.
But yeah, it was a lily like this, except it was specifically
Oh.
bred for the colors of my university.
I like the yellow one with the red inside.
Like
Yeah,
this one?
that one. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Love it.
But yeah, I got a soft spot for them.
Mhm,
They're sadly dead right now, but they're pretty.
I don't have it with me, but I do have fake lilies in my bedroom.
Mm.
They never die.
Oh wait, right.
doesn't.
I don't think we've gotten to the 9/11 bit yet.
No, that's
we
like the
haven't.
last
We
quarter
have
of the
not.
video or something.
We'll be skipping a few minutes, but yeah.
Tangentisms.
speed up a little,
Tangentisms.
though, and
Is that an emborism?
play. It's just a general thing.
No. Sydney Raptor says tangentisms are Ember's job.
I mean, I've said before, I'm prone to tangents, but I by no means have a monopoly.
No,
Mark
no.
has an actual emoji to that effect, and
I might have. Well, I'm gonna have to get a drunken rant emoji,
Oh boy.
which is not unsimilar to a tangent.
it's true.
Well, I am going to le play.
The fact that it is born.
Many will make the argument that if the baby is not born yet, that it is not a human, that the geographical location of the
Nobody-
baby being inside of the womb of the mother is what determines that it is not a person. But the problem with that is that I am the same
Human does
person,
not equal
whether I'm inside the
person.
womb of my mother, whether I'm inside.
The geographical location.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
because
Matt.
you're only a human if you're outside of the body, which no, like
Well, he's saying that doesn't make sense.
I mean, yeah, no, I would agree. Which is why you shouldn't straw man the position. And I'm not saying that there's not people, idiots, who are saying the baby's not human, but I think they're conflating, or they're just stupid. They don't understand the personhood argument against abortion.
I'm inside of a church, whether I'm inside of a car. I don't cease from being a person because of the location that I'm at.
And Matt's
so
just
whether
an
a
idiot
child
who
is
doesn't
inside of the
understand the
womb
personhood
or-
argument.
Mhm.
Nope.
No, Matt, you
Does
have
that
attained
surprise you?
personhood and a horrible personality, by the way, but you have personhood. Nobody's going to abort you. Calm down.
Alas.
Hmm.
We can get our hopes up.
or outside of the womb, it's still a child regardless.
After it's been born, then it is alive.
And many will say, well, it's not alive unless it's been born. Look, if it wasn't alive, it wouldn't have to be aborted.
It's a really bad argument too. And again,
With the
again, I
fake
hear
air quotes.
I mean, I've heard that. I mean, he is saying, again, it's not part of the movement. It's just things that bad arguers, like people, and I get this in the Black community too. Like a really bad one is just like, well, like what unpopular opinion, having abortion, reparations do not equal cash. It's never the deal. And I understand that we gave cash to, the Japanese and the Germans, and there's another group, but like it doesn't. Black people were actually promised 40 acres and a mule. And so like now we don't want that and we want cash. So like it's turned into a cash argument, but like reparations don't equal cash. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of Black people who conflate that but they're not part of the movement. People who are actually part of the reparations movement are actually talking about equity. We're talking about, you need to put money into Black communities. We need to eliminate food deserts. We need to make sure that as many black kids as white kids, percentage wise, can get into a good school, that we're not being discriminated against because of the way we wear our hair. Like, these were all equity that people in the reparations movement are talking about. And just because a guy on the street said, I want cash, doesn't mean that that's part of the movement. And the same thing with, people who say fetuses aren't human, or whatever the fuck he just said just now, they're not alive. Nobody's saying that within the movement. It's not a.
It's
That's
like a
actually
double
part
straw
of the
man.
problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Bree.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, hi. And I think that Maya's pinpointing that, yes, it's more of part of the conversation is that's a person invading your bodily autonomy is the whole crux of the conversation.
Yes.
So no one really is out here saying, oh, that's not a person. They're saying that is a person, and that's the problem. If it was just an organ growing, they'd be like, you got an organ growing inside of you. Well, remove it. But it's a person.
Yeah, exactly.
follow
I mean,
the-
nobody cares if I need to remove a kidney. The problem is, like, do you have the right? Does a person have the right, or another human have the right to use my body for life? Certainly, once it's born, it does not have that right. It no longer retains the right, once it's born, to use my body for any reason. But for whatever reason, before it's born. So if you're saying that it's the same inside as outside, then we should be allowed to eject it. And again, eject. If you don't like the procedure, okay, fine. Well, we'll induce pregnancy of a 6-month-old, and good fucking luck, baby.
Yeah.
Like, I'm all for that.
Then we're back to, the infanticide thing, potentially.
I don't like it. I don't like it either. But, it's not my fault that the system's set up where, I'm dependent on my mother for however long, whatever the gestational period that medical science currently allows for a viable baby. But speaking as, again, I was adopted. My mom could have let my grandmother know she was pregnant. She could have had an abortion. She chose not to. And I would have had no other right but to respect her opinion, because I needed her. It was always only ever her choice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. See, what was he saying a minute ago? I forgot.
Born, then it is alive. Then it is alive.
So what constitutes a human being?
The fact that it is born.
There's no such thing as a safe abortion. Abortion is always taking the life of a child. How is
There's
that
no
safe?
such thing as a safe pregnancy.
Right? There's no such thing as a safe medical procedure. Like,
right.
You could technically die from having a tooth extracted.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
it's really rare, but it could happen.
It does. It has happened.
A pregnancy is always another human being tapping into your nutritional resources to sustain itself is what it is. It's always what it is. And you always have the rights to say, no, you cannot use my resources to sustain yourself. You don't ever owe anybody else that right at all.
Yeah, and additionally, Matt's, trying to hedge on the definition of when a baby is alive. As a Christian, shouldn't he follow the biblical dictate that life begins with first breath?
Yeah, nobody remembers that. But it says it actually a couple of different places in the Bible.
It also says in the Bible that the fetus is basically the leg of the mother.
The leg?
Yeah, in the part where God gives instructions for the abortion potion, it says if the woman has been unfaithful, her thigh will fall away.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was, you know, I don't want to lie, but I remember listening to a podcast on two theologians, and they were discussing the translation of that.
What it basically just stems down to, the ignorant and the uneducated should just shut up and leave it alone if they have no idea what they're talking about.
I think
rather
we
than
should
following-
just rely on modern medical science to dictate the law rather than the law dictating a 3,000-year-old book onto modern science.
Yeah. But like what he's saying here, like he said, like every abortion takes a human life. So
Okay.
it is true that a human fetus is a human fetus. It is human, and it is technically a life form. However, there are a few things. One, I believe it's between a quarter and a third of all pregnancies end in miscarriages. I've heard in some places it can be in higher rates.
It depends on the country. I don't know if it's that high in the U.S.
Well,
maybe just under a quarter. I want to say 20%, but I could be wrong.
For women who know they're pregnant, it's about 10 to 20%, according to the March of Dimes.
Okay.
But of course, a lot of miscarriages happen before you even know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of situations where like a fertilized egg doesn't even implant.
Yeah, and you never even know you're pregnant. Yeah.
But like not only that, just there's a difference between technically being alive and being alive. Like it is not born yet. It does not have any experiences. It cannot experience anything until, is it 20 or 30 weeks when the brain actually develops a decent amount for you to have
and
something?
The thing about that is if you are born and then something happens to you what causes you to re-enter that state of brain activity that you were we actually let people make the decision to pull the plug on that person all the time. Anybody on life support, we give if they can sign a paper or whatever saying that they don't want to be what do they call it, DNR, do not resuscitate.
Yeah, DNR.
Yeah, that someone can do that for as an adult, as a parent. You can do that for you make that decision for your child if they're in an accident or something.
Well, even I wanted to make sure I had the case correct, but in 1978, Shemp versus McFall, the Supreme Court ruled that a person cannot be legally compelled to participate in medical treatment to save another person's life.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like, I think there were cousins or something like that, and one needed like I think it was bone marrow, I think, so that the other one could live. He would die. He would definitely die if they didn't get this transplant. And I think it was Shemp was just like, no, I don't care. I don't want to do it for whatever reason. And I think after the case was settled, it was like within weeks, like less than 2 months, the person actually died. And so this is what I mean. Like when I was saying earlier, it's just like once the baby is born, we like loses all rights to the mother's body. So, I mean, it's just really absurd for Powell to say, oh, well, this is the natural order and we shouldn't treat life any different regardless of where it is.
Agree.
But we are saying that you have a right to usurp another person to the point of death until they're almost on the brink of death to save your life before you're born. We don't give that right to any other person. No other person has to be forced to sustain another person's life to the point that their own health fails after birth. We are treating fetuses differently. So, I mean, he's just, I don't know, like his own He's what do you call it? Fucking up his own case. What's the word I'm looking for there?
Aborting his argument.
Oh dear.
Here's to answer the earlier question. There's a few different bars where you might consider the brain functional. I just linked a study in National Institutes of Health. TLDR, it's between 27 and 30 weeks when the brain completes its connections with the sensory inputs.
Mm-hmm.
So before that point, the fetus isn't even aware of anything?
Yeah, no vision, no hearing. It might get out like spontaneous bursts of electricity for like limb movement and shit, but there's no input senses are connected.
And forgive me if I'm unaware. When do most abortions occur?
By or before the first 13 weeks.
Yeah, it's within the first trimester, right?
Yes, 90%.
Yeah. And almost all that happen after that point are usually medical necessity?
Usually. So there are up to 16 weeks. Very few states will allow, I think, up to 20 weeks or less than 20 weeks, but yeah.
Yeah, like nobody's doing third trimester abortions unless there's medical necessity to get that far. It's because you actually wanted to have the baby.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Roe only provided abortions up to the point of viability. It has never, ever in the United States been legal to abort a baby beyond the point of viability. Third trimester has never been legal in the United States to abort a fetus, ever. Because somebody wants to. And I'm not saying they haven't happened, but that was because, usually, so if there's a threat to the mother's health, they'll induce. They'll do an abortion if and only if like the baby has died already, really.
Or poses a very serious risk to the mother's health.
They'll induce. If the baby's viable in the third trimester, they will just induce. They won't kill the baby because usually, I can't think of any instances where they would just kill a fully viable fetus because the mother's health was at risk.
Have you guys already talked about that case in, Texas, where the woman had a dead baby in her uterus and she could not get it out because the state said, nope, no abortions?
No, we haven't talked about individual cases yet.
Yeah, no, but was that actually something that really happened?
Yes.
I believe it's still ongoing.
Not really, because she went to another state to
nightmare.
have the abortion. I guess technically the court case is open, but it's not specific to her because she did leave the state to have an abortion. But yeah, she
did get it. She did get it aborted then
in a different state. Yeah,
well,
she had to. She was in the hospital twice a week, in the emergency room. I'm sorry, twice a week.
Yeah, you can't be running around with a corpse inside you. That's
right.
Yeah, I'm glad she did. Is all.
Yeah.
That's horrific.
Yeah, and the AG said, any doctor that removes that baby, I'm coming after you. And that was despite a judge saying, yeah, somebody please take this dead baby out of this woman. And they were like, nope. Dead fetuses have the right to kill its mother. It's nuts.
United States is a scary place.
In Texas.
And the thing is, she wanted the baby. I believe it was planned. It was her third kid. She, through no fault of her own, couldn't bring it to term. And I don't know what they're thinking over there.
And it was probably very traumatizing to her through the whole situation, and
mentally and physically.
You put a face to that, and they just don't. So What's
Yeah, I heard a couple of stories from women out of Texas where they had like really bad pregnancy complications, had to leave the state to get abortions, and their doctor said, "I do not suggest that you get pregnant in Texas."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like
So-
what a thing to say. Like, god damn.
Yeah.
So who would I have to bribe to get someone who is 114th trimester aborted?
Well,
I believe that's called a hitman. It's
there's
not-
websites for that on the dark web.
Bringing that child into the world and not even being able to provide for it, not being able to give it any kind of health care if that child got sick.
Oh, wait. AJ wants to know if the opinions of a pro-choice cis man is worthless. And no, I say all the time that abortion isn't, it's a women's health issue. It's an American issue. Men are directly affected by abortions as well. And we're not saying that men can't have an opinion. Well, there's some crazy people that are. You have a right to your opinion, I believe, but
Great freeze frame on Matt, by the way.
I know, right?
Yeah, like,
but again,
I
like
get
I
what
was
you're
saying
saying,
at the
like-
very beginning of the stream, and I don't think AJ was here for that. I said, me personally, I consider myself to be pro-life. I personally, unless my life was in danger, would not choose to have an abortion, regardless of my financial status or, whatever. I believe it's a moral choice that I've made and I've placed on myself that I would not impose on anyone else. I am taking a stand on that and not voting in anyone who would impose my morals on other people. So yeah, I have an opinion, a personal opinion that differs from my political opinion. But I think it's important to make that distinction when you're having the discussion.
Yeah, like anyone can and will have a personal opinion.
Yeah.
But it is a question whether to try and legislate that opinion. And in many cases, I don't think it's right to do so.
Yeah, I disagree with people who say that men can't have an opinion. Men shouldn't have the right to tell a woman what to do with her body, but abortion directly affects men as well. They have a right to have a say, to speak up and, have a voice in the conversation. I think the difference is how much weight should the opinion carry when we are discussing legislation. And personally, I don't believe women's opinions should either. I think we really need to lean heavily on the research of the medical community and lean on the medical consensus about what's best for the health of the citizens of this nation when discussing legislation. And the medical consensus is that abortions should be safe, should be legal, because that saves the most lives.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflation between two separate questions. There's, should abortions be a thing? That's a moral question. Should you get an abortion? Should it be immoral to get an abortion? But then there's the larger question from a legal standpoint, that should the government have the right to tell anyone what is moral or not? Like, can they tell you what you can do with your own body?
Right.
And that is an issue that everybody should be able to express an opinion over. Whether you believe abortion is moral, immoral, or none of your damn business, everyone should agree that it's not the government's place to tell anyone what's right for them.
Right. Yeah.
Unless it actually harms another living person.
No, we're talking about what you do with your own body.
Yes. You can do whatever you want with your own body to the point of which it harms another person.
How would you What can you do with your body that harms another person?
Jump off a building and land on someone?
I don't think that's...
Suppose?
You can make the option to jump off a building, and if you land on someone, your choice is left to someone else's death.
Like, I want to say that's not legal.
Yeah.
That's why the government has stepped in and said that that's not allowed.
Right. I wouldn't say that that's not legal. But yeah, I mean, we're already not allowed to do things that harm other people. That's considered murder or manslaughter. We already have laws preventing
that's
the
why
harm of other people.
I do have a question.
But when we're talking
real
about
quick
what you do to your own body, I mean, there's a reason why drunk driving is illegal. And it's not because, I guess you could say, well, seatbelts are to save lives, but if you're driving without a seatbelt, it's a fine. If you're driving while under the influence of alcohol, you actually will be taken to jail. Like it is considered like higher, and it's because of the public risk, because you are posing a risk to other people. Like we do already make that distinction.
Yeah, seatbelts are a safety concern. Same with hard hats and safety boots.
Yeah, but I don't get the same penalty for riding a motorcycle without a helmet as I would drunk driving, is what I'm saying. Or, excessively speeding even is
putting a behavior that puts someone else at significant risk is more frowned upon.
Right.
We could use some more work there too. New York State's been making their laws better, but it's still not great.
Yeah.
There's a number of, we see in the newspapers around here at least once a week. There's probably more, but whatever. So-and-so killed in a drunk driving accident. The driver, had already been arrested and fined 21 times, had lost their license and kept drunk driving anyway.
Yeah.
And just really quick, I do want to address this. It's like, so just to Tsunami, people are going to have opinions, and that's just a fact of life. People are going to have them. There might as well be at least some sort of dialogue, right? Because I feel if you're going to get into a relationship with someone and that relationship could result in pregnancy, I feel it is responsible for the people to have a discussion on, hey, if this happens, what do we do? And
sure, but that's a different situation than what Tsunami is addressing here. Like,
sure,
when you're with a partner,
I was just giving an example.
Like that person's opinion matters.
Yeah.
What Tsunami's talking about is random people just spouting their opinions. And, people are going to have opinions. That's fine. But it's also within any person's rights to say, I don't care what your opinion is.
Yeah. And maybe someone lives a fan. I mean, I've had that conversation with pretty much every person I've ever dated who could get pregnant. Because
and I'm glad you do, because it's an important thing. Like, really, before you start having sex, to like, if you get pregnant, we need to know that we're on the same page about what we want to do with the result. Because even for me and my ex, like, we were both pro-life, and it was just understood. Like, my kids right now are 22 and 27. I don't want another baby, but any means of contraception is only like 99% effective. So, there's always that chance. And it's like, okay, well, if something happens, what are you going to do? You two need to be on the same page about what that looks like.
Yeah.
And so, you need to be having those conversations. And so men need to know, men need to have these conversations because they need to have an informed decision when they go into these conversations with women. And I think
Yeah.
it's important for people to have the conversation because men need to understand how women feel about this process. I mean, I don't think it's any different than, if I've heard people say, well, if I got cancer, I wouldn't even take the chemo. Like I've done everything I'm going to do. I just want to die. But the people I'm thinking of weren't married at the time, but like your spouse may feel differently about it. Does my spouse have the right to tell me that, no, you have to take chemo because, that's saving a human life? I mean, where do we draw the line here?
We need to have a clear, rational line that's consistent across all the things.
Right. Exactly.
Also, I'm just going to put a damn it. Well, if I had emojis, I would put a damn it Beamsy in the chat for no reason, but.
Yep. No reason. Nope.
I mean, he's not entirely wrong, but bonk.
Oh, yeah, that's a Grevillea I've got him on my picture at the moment.
Oh boy, get out of here with your loopholes.
This is also flawed. It's an argument for changing the circumstance, not killing the child. You change the circumstance. You be the one to step up, to lead, and to change the circumstance. Don't just take out your problems on someone else, because that is an independent life. That is an independent human being.
Oh, yeah,
when you begin to understand all of
find out you're pregnant, just step up and ask for that raise. I have another baby. You just give me more money, boss. You just stop beating me, husband. You just decide to live, fetus. I don't even know what he's talking about here.
Yeah. And also, just to address this, like, I acknowledge that a lot of people aren't in healthy relationships. That's not something I support. Like,
well, it's not that easy. It's not that cut and dry.
I'm aware. Let me explain. Like, people can get into unhealthy relationships without realizing it, and that sucks. And if you can get out of them, please do. I understand life is complicated. I would like there to be more healthy relationships out there, and I believe that communication is a very key element to them.
The closest relationship I ever had to a healthy one, which was not a healthy one, but it was close.
You're not gonna. If you're with an abuser, you're not communicating yourself into a healthy relationship. He needs to go do that with a therapist before he gets with you. At the point that you recognize you're in a unhealthy relationship, you just need to start making your exit plan. It's not easy because they're all nice and sweet, and a lot of times they're trying to. A lot of times they turn once you become pregnant.
Yeah, or I've seen so many cases as a minister and so forth where immediately after the marriage, you're my property now, and everything changes.
I've been kind of quiet here, just listening to everybody's. In most relationships, that's some people want to have a sexual relationship with somebody, but not have a
relationship.
Yeah, emotional responsibility to the person that they're engaging with, and in situations like that, where it's understood beforehand, then I don't think that the sperm donor should get any kind of say on it at all. If that's the type of relationship that they came into it with, that this was going to be purely me and you hooking up for physical pleasure, no emotional ties, and nothing more. I don't know that I feel like he should be she should be obligated to get his permission to get an abortion.
No, I don't think she should ever be obligated to have permission. I believe that in a relationship, things are going to come up, and you should have a conversation about what's going to happen once that thing comes up. And so that, because if a guy's expecting an abortion and you don't get it, or if he's expecting you not to get one and you do, it's just going to cause a lot of discord. I'm not saying
I guess maybe
it's
I
permission.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't mean to say imply that you guys were saying it was permission.
Right.
I just wanted to make it clear that that other than those kind of situations, if you're in an emotional relationship with somebody, you should be talking about that sort of stuff and those sort of risk directly. It shouldn't be left until, oh shit, it happened.
Right. That's my only point. If you're I try to stay away from the conversations, because what all Matt Powell thinks is that abortions are reserved for drunken sluts. They use it as birth control, and we need to stop this now. We need to punish the sluts. Like I don't like to give into that kind of into that narrative, because it's not the when we are fighting for abortions, those aren't the people that we are generally speaking about. However, I do agree with you 100%, Bree, that when in that situation, you have to do what you have to do. And, it at any point, it is the woman's, it should ultimately be the woman's decision.
I just wouldn't want some...
If I may really quick,
Absolutely.
I guess I was kind of thinking of this from the lens of someone who's, having relations in a relationship, just because personally I never did hooking up. I've only been with people I've been dating. So
I remember being
I guess
20.
that's I just never had any interest. I like an emotional connection,
You are a stand-up guy. I love it.
Yeah, actually I'm envious. No, really, I won't interact with somebody that I don't have an emotional connection with now, because I was super promiscuous before, and I was trying to fill a hole in my heart and all that crap, but I reached a point where I discovered that without a connection it was just hollow, and it actually made me feel worse. Doc, you kind of skipped over that step,
I just never had an interest.
Just a love
until
machine.
I got in a relationship, I legitimately had no interest in that kind of thing. I guess I am probably weird, but
you are not weird.
No, I married my high school girlfriend, which was the first girl I was ever intimate with. And we were together for 8 years, and then when me and her separated, I started dating my next girlfriend within.
You marry everyone you date,
and then married her and we stayed together for 14 years. So
this is not normal.
So don't feel bad. Now is the first time. Right now is the longest I've ever been single as an adult since me and my wife split. It's quite an experience. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even then, 14 years, I would call that a successful marriage.
I say both my marriages were pretty successful.
Yeah.
I
mean, people
and raised them, and
people say that people should be together forever, but I think it's normal, especially today, for people to grow in separate directions. And, at the point that you're no longer compatible, I think it's great that you can see that and amicably split, on good terms.
Yeah.
Especially when you get together under 25.
All my exes are dead. At least that's how it goes in my head.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah. Fuck those guys.
At least you don't know where the bodies are buried.
Nope. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And back to Matt Powell. He's more of an extremist, using minorities as a crudgeon to try and support his own views. Yes, he would use the idea of slut shaming, is one way of putting it, to prove that abortions are bad. But they're a minority of a minority, and again, he's an ignorant idiot that has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yep,
I mean,
yep. I think that's his middle name.
That.
Idiot who has no idea what he's talking about.
That sounds right.
It checks out, yeah.
Oh, well. Speaking of Matt.
Yeah, he's been muted since I got here.
It should come as no surprise to you that the biggest serial killer in America was an abortion doctor. Because abortion itself is by definition the most barbaric action that has ever been carried out in the world.
The baby is not an autonomous living being because it cannot fend for itself.
And the animal kingdom protects its own. You
I
look
love
at
straw
how
manning the entire movement by finding like the well actually guy.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone want to bring out what lions do when a new male lion takes over a pride?
Oh, murder.
Yeah.
I thought there was a crow. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a group. I'm
yes,
sorry.
but it's an aspect of the nature takes care of its own.
Yeah.
And that's actually common in a lot of social species. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Infanticide is frighteningly common in the animal kingdom.
So does that mean you want that for humans, Matt?
He doesn't care. No, it's like, well, God wants babies to be born.
Yep,
Or like
what
when I was
happens to
talking to
'em after?
P-Town,
Fuck
he
'em.
was just like, well, if you find out that a woman is pregnant, you should just marry her and be a daddy. And I'm like, okay, so most women are already, like most people already have kids when they're making a decision to have an abortion. So what you're telling me is that these men could have just been making more money the whole time and, you know, can just walk up to their boss and ask them for a raise, but they won't because they'd rather kill it. I don't understand this logic here. It's like, well, you know, you just need to step up.
Yeah. My
this
kid's
is what I'm
mom
saying
had this
before, like,
idea that people could just make more money come out of nowhere.
You just make more money. You can just step up and be a parent. Stop being a drunken slut. Calm down, get married, have the baby, go to church every Sunday. He doesn't comprehend reality.
Yeah. And like, if someone is really struggling, like financially, emotionally, whatever the case, I probably wouldn't recommend that they go through with a baby. Like we've already talked about, like that's a massive burden on you for decades. It never really ends. And I know kids cost a lot of money.
They like to eat every day. Can you believe
Every
that?
day.
It's weird.
Yeah. And then there's school and
But I
clothing,
mean, even like
entertainment.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, God, I'm thinking about like the people I knew who like didn't know they were pregnant and or I don't know, they had mental issues and weren't really on top of things. And so, you know, accidents happen when you're not preparing for them. But by the time they found out they were pregnant, they were like drinking every day, doing drugs every day. Like if they hadn't had an abortion, like God, that kid.
hens will protect their chicks, how lions.
Birds kill their chicks all the time.
I have a fun story about a chicken, though. As you know, I grew up on a farm. We had this one chicken. I think she was like half bantam, half something. She was weird. She had like feathers coming out all the way down her legs. She didn't have that scaly bit. It was like all feathers, even on her toes. But whatever. She was like the ultimate mama chicken, right? She was constantly stealing eggs from the other chickens to sit on them and hatch them and whatever.
Aww.
And we had ducks too. Well, the ducks weren't interested in being parents, so they laid their eggs and just wandered off. So she sat on them and she hatched them and she cared for them and helped them grow. But she knew they were ducks because when they reached, a few weeks old and it was time, she brought them down to the pond and watched them learn to swim. Like,
wow.
Oh,
I'm
cute.
like, what? What an amazing chicken.
Right?
But then at the same time, yeah, like I said, birds kill their offspring all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're dinosaurs, yeah.
Well, there are a lot of birds that will literally just throw a baby out of the nest if it looks weak.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
then there was I can't remember what it was, but there's a couple of animals that won't they like abandon their young because if like a predator comes, because like I can have more kids, but like I can't save them and myself.
Yeah, there's a few that'll actually throw their babies at predators.
Yes, that. Yes.
Like a quokka?
Like bird mammals.
It's like, yeah, all you have to do is outrun the zombie. Like, or you don't have to outrun the zombie, you just have to outrun the slowest person. If you throw the person at the zombie.
Like Matt's ignoring the reality, he's ignoring the Bible, he's ignoring everything to just
nature
bloviate about what he wants.
As with the LGB fight.
You know what a mother
completely ignoring nature.
Your most loyal dog will do if she just doesn't feel like her puppies are going to quite make it.
What?
You know what she'll do? Chomp them right up. That's a dog. A dog will eat her puppies if for some reason she thinks that they're not viable.
Oh, hamsters do that all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not the only animal I've heard
rodents.
do that. Yeah, rodents. Yeah, a lot of rodents will do that.
Oh, if you want to see something,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you want to see something rather disturbing along those lines, look up the rat utopia experiment.
Or you could just tell us about it now.
Oh, I know about the rat utopia experiment. Yeah,
it's very long-winded, but
inquiring minds want to know.
I'll give you a link so you can have a look at it. It's quite a long thing.
There's no way to shorthand it either, really. There's a lot of steps to it. It goes it's pretty weird. I know what you're talking about. Those are the
best kind of stories.
I know. It's like I wouldn't want to interrupt a Matt Powell stream with anything interesting.
Well, here, we might actually be able to get through this video soon.
So okay, let's see.
This will protect their cubs. How bears will protect their cubs.
I think mother bears will also abandon / kill their babies.
Eat them, yeah.
Like I'm wondering if every animal he's going to bring up can and will murder their offspring. we talk, Ember, you mentioned chickens. Isn't it a problem with some hens that they will just eat whatever eggs they lay? Aren't they called like vampire hens?
Not whatever eggs they lay. I never really got solid data on it because the internet didn't exist while I was, still growing up on the farm. But it seemed like the hens who did it didn't do it to every egg. I suspected they might have a way of knowing which eggs were fertilized and which ones weren't, so that they could recycle the material for a potentially fertile egg, but I don't have any solid data on it.
Okay.
How backwards it is that us as humans, who were designed by God, would actually kill our own.
Point of order. That designed by God bit has yet to be demonstrated, and there's quite a bit of evidence
that we would
against it.
Take the
little bit, yeah. Like humans are awfully designed if they are.
If we designed, I want a refund.
Yeah.
Take the life of our own.
So, effectively, it is a parasitic relationship between a fetus and a woman.
That's pretty incriminating to say that unborn
it's buffering.
Babies are parasites.
Find out why.
They are. I mean, they are by their nature. They're not parasites, but they are by their very nature parasitic. That's how they.
As soon as the sperm meets,
get their nourishment.
I mean, they're basically just an extra organ that keeps growing and pushing all your other organs out of the way.
These are parasites. Even though that's not only scientifically inaccurate, it's very incriminating to your character. people will often say that we need to remember 9/11.
Is that
And I
supposed to
think
be
that we
like a
should.
negative thing? Like a woman saying, like, I want control over my body really loudly? Like, that's supposed to be like something negative?
It's an attempt at another straw man. It's like, this is the kind of woman who wants choice. You don't want to be like that kind of woman, do you? She's so angry.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like no one should get upset when you're trying to dictate what they do with their own body. Like, why should anyone get upset over that? She's so unreasonable.
Mm-hmm. So emotional.
She is being obnoxious, but you can understand why.
I mean, have you seen the anti-maskers?
Right? Oh, it's the overpopulation model experiments. The Mouse Utopia thing.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's more about having all your needs met. It's like what's the word I'm looking for? Hedonism.
Hedonism
leads to.
Wait, did Beamsy post a link? Oh, okay, got it.
It's a combination
is Beamsy trying to replace all of us with mice?
I wouldn't do that.
Do you know about the little Albert experiments, Beamsy?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you like those obscure, questionable ethics experiments. Little Albert experiment is pretty bizarre.
When I started studying geology, I went down the rabbit hole of starting to look at any sort of information on scientific papers I could. That's where I found out some very weird things have been done in the name of science.
Oh, just a few. Speaking of unethical experiments, though, like that just reminds me of a. Does anyone here know who Andrew Wakefield is?
Rings a bell.
Some people know him as the father of the modern anti-vax movement. He's the doctor who published the paper saying that vaccines cause autism.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's the father of the. I mean, he probably gets a lot of credit for giving it more emphasis, but at least in the US, it never really went away.
It is kind of a staple of the country. However, the modern one, yeah. I mean, back in, when the plague was ravaging, what was the one that George Washington was?
Smallpox.
Smallpox, yeah. Back in smallpox, you did have anti-vaxxers, believe it or not. However, there wasn't an asshole from Europe saying it caused autism. So there's that.
Yeah. But anyway, apparently there's a story he told at conferences where to do his experiments, he needed blood from non-autistic children. So he would pay friends of his kids, or he paid friends of his kids at his kid's birthday party for their blood. Like, that's actually how he got blood for some of the samples he needed.
Maya, when
God, love the lack of control.
Yeah, the more you learn about that whole story, just the more absolutely insane it gets. It's fascinating.
Found it.
Okay. I'm gonna painkillers.
Maya and I actually did a stream on the racist roots of
that was
the
great.
anti-vaxxers 4 months ago. If I can get the link to copy, I will put it in the chat.
Was that 4 months?
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, Ember.
Well, I mean, I missed 2 months and often Neverland.
I don't like that. Don't do that again. You weren't streaming. I was unhappy.
I was unhappy too.
And that's a sin.
Yeah, it's nice having you around. You are pleasant company.
You're fun to
One does
look
one's
at.
best.
Ember who?
But that's how many people we killed yesterday in an abortion clinic. And, you think about the fact that these children, they don't have a voice. They can't say anything. All they can do is scream out inside of the womb. But it's like being inside 9/11, where nobody could really hear the people that
No,
were
there's a bunch of
crying out as they
kids
were being blown up,
in elementary
Here,
school.
just a second.
Sorry.
as they were being murdered by terrorists.
Yeah, okay. And from here, he plays a
Oh
minute
yeah, we
of
should probably not do that.
audio from inside the Twin Towers.
Yeah, no, we should
Yeah.
not play that. However, I mean, child poverty rates are at an all-time high. Like, are they not crying too?
Right? Or you know, the fully alive people who are suffering needlessly for various reasons, or the children inside schoolrooms who, you know, are behind the fucking blast doors and shit and are getting shot up every day.
Yeah. Actually, what is it? The number one cause of death for children is being gunned down now.
Really?
But yes,
In the U.S., yes.
yes. But those damn mothers, they need to keep pumping out kids to like feed to active shooters. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, it's fucking weird that he says an abortion is like being inside 9/11. And then he says
so is
no one
being
can hear
inside a
them.
public school.
Mm-hmm.
Just sitting ducks, waiting for an active shooter to come and like mow you down like a fucking plane into the Twin Towers. Maybe we should start rallying outside of Congress, like every state capital, until we get some actual like gun reform, like what do you call it? Gun policy. Holy shit.
Well, remember what the Black Panthers did back in the day.
Yeah, that's a great way to piss off a Republican bigot.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, they showed up in this California state capitol with fully automatic assault rifles, and all of a sudden the California government was much more willing to consider reasonable restrictions on fully automatic assault rifles.
Ronald Reagan's like, oh, wait a minute now.
Wait a minute.
Let's rethink this.
They're coming after me. And that's what you do actually, when you want any kind of reform. You gotta go like,
you got to show the fucking myopic conservatives the consequences of what they're asking for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at the stats from the CDC. Apparently the highest cause of death in at least children 1 to 4 is accidents, followed by congenital defects.
Go school age.
And then homicide. Yep, that's 1 to 4. For 4 to 9, let me let it load. Accidents, malignant neoplasms. I don't know what that is. And then homicide. And for 9 to 14, loading. Accidents, suicide.
And wait, what year is this?
Again, malignant neoplasms and
what
homicide.
year is this?
2018 to 2021.
All right. Now, well, what I'm looking at is 2020 and 2021. It says firearms continue to be the leading cause of death among U.S. children and adolescents.
Where are you reading it from? I'm reading it from the CDC.
Yeah, I've got CDC says between 2019 and 2021, all children overall, it goes firearms, drug overdoses, car accidents. 2019 to 2021.
American Academy of Pediatrics.
Hmm.
So there's going to be different surveying sample sizes, I assume.
But again, you're reading from different years. I don't know what it was in 2018.
Yeah.
This is 21.
Yeah, it appears that 2020 was the tipping point year when firearm-related deaths surpassed everything else.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I do want to know what malignant neoplasm is, though, because I've never heard of that before.
A tumor.
Tumors.
Okay, sure. Pandora is saying homicide is the leading cause of death for pregnant women in the U.S. Which I think it always has been. I could be wrong on that, but it's always been a higher one for pregnant women. And which is I remember a lot of advocates fighting against abortion, saying that it was going to get worse if Roe didn't stay. But so I wouldn't be surprised if it went up.
Yeah, suicide and homicide.
So from the source you linked, Maya. So it says about 64% of U.S. children died by homicide for the firearm ones.
Yeah.
And then, well, so that's
64. I mean,
that weren't homicides.
Yeah, 35% of kids died. Of all the kids that died, 35% were not homicide. We're a fucking laughing stock.
Man, it'd be nice
honestly,
if the
it's
country
so
had better
awful.
mental health care.
I don't think anybody even has the heart to laugh at us anymore. It's, oh, you're from the U.S. and they kind of like
condolences.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and yeah, you're right. The homicide rate doubled from 2018 to 2021.
This is such an upbeat stream.
Right.
Well, I mean, look what's on screen.
And there's that.
Like, this is what's on screen. Like, thank you, Matt Powell.
Yeah, we're not going to listen to this part, right? Is there some like kind of dumbass conclusion?
No, we are not listening to it.
Yeah, it's literally just pure emotional manipulation. He's got the sad music and he's got the phone calls and it's just
it's just
Matt, these many people are dying every day.
Fire of an awful human being.
No shame. Damn. Anything to emotionally manipulate people.
Yeah.
Fucking punchable baby face.
And Americans declared it moral. Americans said, that's my body. I can do what I want with it. It's my choice. It's not your choice. It's an independent living human. That should tell you something about the...
And I don't know what he's showing there. I don't care to know.
It's a famous picture, but it's more emotional manipulation, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
It was from the first surgery performed on a baby who was still in the uterus.
Wow. I didn't know that's ever been done.
It's pretty rare, but yeah, the circumstances
that the one where it
were...
grabbed the surgeon's finger?
Exactly.
Oh.
Okay, so fetuses can squeeze. I mean, can we get like health medical?
When they were
can we get like what do you call it? Sex ed in all the schools now? Can we get Medicare for all? Like can we get livable wages so that women can stop having to make the decision to have abortions? Any of these things, Matt, or are we just gonna like shame women into giving birth to babies that they don't want and can't afford? Is that where we're going?
Well, I mean, obviously that's the only course of action. Like, do you think he gives any crap or cares at all what happens after they're born?
Clearly not. Clearly not, because he's not promoting child safety. What do you call it? Any kind of nourishment. I've never ever seen him fight for child poverty, child homelessness. I mean, which have increased. Like just livable anything, or quality of life for anyone. I've seen him pander for his own bank account. Seen a whole lot of that.
Sadly, while I frequently look up the net worth of some of these assholes, see how their begging for money works, there are a lot of pastors in the United States named Matt Powell or Matthew Powell, and I haven't been able to find his financial information.
Do we know his middle initial?
I don't.
What information are you needing his middle initial for?
So we can figure out which Matt Powell he is.
So we can track down his net worth. Like Kent Hovind is worth $4 million. Eric Hovind is worth $14 million. How much is Matt worth? We don't know because there's so many other Matt Powells.
Wow.
I know he's affiliated with the NIFB. Do they have a website?
It's Matt Francis Powell.
Is that
Anyone getting
Francis or
Deadpool vibes?
Frances?
Frances.
ES.
I'm not doxing him. This is public information.
Is anyone else getting Deadpool vibes here?
Francis, yeah.
So can we start calling him Ajax?
Why not?
Oh,
is he 41 by chance?
I wonder if anybody's ever said "calm down, Francis" to him, and he got all worked up on it.
Nope, I'm pulling up a rugby player.
Me too.
Yeah, that's the Welsh rugby player, the 41. He's 26.
Oh, so apparently he had a GoFundMe for when his baby was born.
What? Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh,
well,
I should do
apparently his
Matthew.
wife had some complications and was sick with COVID while giving birth.
Oof.
Yeah.
Which
all-
that is something I don't
She's
think
probably
any of
not
us can envy.
vaccinated.
Can I just let you all know, just don't underestimate my journalistic investigation skills at all.
No, I mean,
really-
yeah, help Ember
really
out.
bad.
And apparently he's been looking for it.
I think. How long ago was his baby born?
2020.
Okay. Well, that's a hard time to be having a kid, bringing a kid into the world.
Yeah.
I don't blame you one bit for having to do a GoFundMe for that. Regardless of trying to fund your household.
You know
on
what?
hate.
That actually makes sense because he really did step up his grifting after that.
Yeah, that's about right. Around the time that he went to
Hovind, yeah,
went to live with the Hovinds.
Was that 3 years ago or was that 2 years ago?
I mean, we're saying right about, but I mean, having to do a GoFundMe to bring your firstborn child into the world. I mean, I'm not saying anybody would want to grift for cash after that, but I mean, I could understand an asshole stepping up as
well. Yeah. And if you see his dad, it's almost you get the impression he didn't really have much of a choice on what direction his life was going to go.
Knox says that too.
Yeah. There's a human underneath Matt Powell. I just don't know. I don't know if he's reachable.
Yeah.
It's weird to have someone who never had a chance, right?
What's a male succubus?
And then try to
well, in it varies in demonology. A lot of people go with incubus is male, succubus is female, but really it's Latin. It has to do with the position. And an incubus is a top and a succubus is a bottom, regardless of what their plumbing is.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I could be both.
I'll call him an incubus. Whatever.
Wait, isn't there like a catch-all for the species?
Demons. Yes.
They're all succubi, but the incubus are the dominant. The succubus is the submissive.
So, what I wasn't trying to make apologetics for Matt's behavior or anything. I'm just saying.
No. You are a decent human being that wants to see the good in everybody, and Matt is the opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, I get that. But is he the opposite of that naturally, or is he the opposite of that because
we're all a
he
blank
was
slate?
raised to be?
And I totally I'm not surprised to hear that his dad was a fucker. Not questioning that at all.
It's like the Westboro Baptist Church kids, though. Some of them grew up and are like, "Fuck that place."
Yeah, like I said, he's not a decent human being.
I hope that maybe, more people will grow out of it and realize it's just a horrible way to go through life. Who knows?
Hey, didn't you have a more upbeat video where he was bashing on BLM and the trans community?
Oh yeah, I did.
Oh, good.
A young man's message to America.
Oh,
I actually get to see him preaching instead of making pouty faces for a camera.
I did a response to this. Eek. This one's a hoot. Wow, he did rock and roll music.
Yeah, because he said that he was like da 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 BLM, and I'm like, I need to watch this first because I'm gonna flip my shit if I view it for the first time on the channel. I need to be primed, because it's a little personal, but yeah, the whole rock and roll thing didn't make any sense to me at all.
Well, hey, we're giving spoilers.
Right, we are.
This one I will have. I'll start it on 1.25.
You started on 2.
We'll see how it goes.
I think he's probably better in if we can't tell what he's actually saying.
There are some people where if you listen to them on half speed, they sound like they're drunk. But that would make it 40 minutes.
No, yeah, no. 1.2 is perfect, I guess.
One of the things I kind of want to talk about is our country, the state of the country, and what we can do to help bring our nation back. And I think it's important to be thankful for what God has given us in America. This is still a free country, despite any of the communist ideologies that are out there that are trying to take over the White House. We still live in a free country. We have freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and I am so thankful for that. I think we should all be thankful. The Bible says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. If we want to have a blessed nation, God had better be our Lord, the Lord Jesus Christ.
First
I think of
amendment
what we
kind of
look
fucks that up.
Yeah, and that's from Psalms, which means it's referring specifically to Israel.
Well, I mean, Matt's here, so now he gets to be God's chosen people. All of them.
Who are the people who think that, the Jews came to America and they're the true Native Americans?
That's the Mormons.
Mormons?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're certainly special little creatures.
I watched this cheesy 90s movie that was made by the Mormon Church or funded by the Mormon Church about a guy they travel back. This woman travels back in time to the time of the Book of Mormon, and she's with Native Americans fighting against Middle Eastern people and stuff. It's really weird. I was watching. I didn't see a single tapir. So
what?
Yeah, not a single one. No tapir.
Is that a tapir? Oh my god, that's hilarious.
They're so cute, aren't they?
Snoop.
Okay.
They really are. They're weird though.
They're weird.
Well, just from a biology point of view, they look like what the ancestors of rhinos and horses looked like before they split off into rhinos and horses.
Basal perseodactyls.
Yeah,
are they
haven't
changed
related much in 30 million years? Yeah, they are related.
Oh wow,
they're a living missing link between the two.
A living missing link. That's weird. I mean, that's not normal.
That's why you can find tapirs in Southeast Asia and in South America. There's more variety in South America where they weren't forced to compete with artiodactyls as much, so they have a little bit more diversity. But rhinos are their close relatives, as are horses.
Oh,
and
yeah, here, this
calicotheres.
actually kind of sums it up pretty well. Although I think the
Okay.
zebra should be over here with the
Yeah,
horse.
that's weird having the zebra and the horse on opposite sides, though. Yeah.
Avery,
They
remember
could have put
when
a
we watched that?
calicothere.
Remember when we watched that video of Hans Warren Hat, and he was trying to convince us that zebras and horses are the same thing?
Just painted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
And he was showing the pictures people took from Tijuana donkey shows where they paint them
Yeah.
like zebras.
Yeah. See, this
There you
proves my
go.
Yeah, here we
point.
go.
There's calicotheres.
Oh, right, and calicotheres.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Are they
Does
live?
anyone besides Bree know what a calicothere is?
It's pronounced
One of those.
calicothere.
I was today years old.
I've heard either.
Yeah.
Wait, are they alive today?
Imagine, not anymore, but imagine if a gorilla, a giant ground sloth, and a horse had a baby.
They're so weird. It's like
They're these giant clawed horses.
from
Weird.
Africa
Basically.
too, where and that was it was a
all
tough
over the place, I
biome.
think.
Yeah, it was well, Africa there is where you always see them interacting with early man and the paleo art is why I bring up Africa.
Yeah.
God.
Here's a pretty good depiction. They're weird.
And those
And that
claws were
moves.
kept sharp because they were kept off the ground.
Uh-huh. Big
Really?
claws.
No, they're
Huh?
not claws.
Actually,
they're
here's
hooves.
probably a better depiction.
They
Yeah.
were
Look at
they
that.
weren't
Look at that.
they were herbivores?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
hoof. That's those
They-
claws
they
are made out of
were,
hoof.
they were
like
browsers,
Susie
I
was
think.
saying.
Why would you have those claws and not eat meat?
To defend
because keep-
yourself from the things eating meat.
I guess.
What was the megatarian? Homotherium. Well, were Calicotheres still around by the time Homotherium showed up? I don't remember.
I don't know when they
No.
went extinct.
I know there would have been other carnivorous creatures roaming about. Megatarian.
Say, somewhere in storage, Bree, I actually have what might be a calicothere femur. I'm not
Cool.
sure though. Like it's the closest it looks to, but I genuinely don't know what it is.
That's interesting.
Mhm.
I want to see it.
I'll see if I can dig it out. Yeah, they were big too. Though to be fair, rhinos also got really big.
Yeah, rhinos.
How
got
did we get
bigger
off
than-
on that? Oh, tape.
I don't know.
Tapirs.
Tapirs.
Yeah. Prehistoric monsters are more
Yeah.
entertaining
here
than
we go.
Matt.
Matt would like totally like his little cage or whatever his wife keeps this thing in. It would be bursting at the seams if he saw this family tree, this disgusting family tree right here of different Perseidactyls.
Yeah.
Now here's the question: is Matt a freak or is he like Ben Shapiro
Okay, no,
that's a good
those.
question.
and just like the driest interactions you've ever seen?
Yeah. I'm gonna
Oh,
go with
no.
that one. I'm gonna go with the dry.
Mm.
No, because they have kids, so not that she.
What's your
has to-
point? What's your
No,
point?
Yeah.
She doesn't get. She's his wife. She's his property. She doesn't get choices.
Yeah. She's actually very pretty too. She's a very pretty woman. She's
I don't think
as
I've
far
ever
as
seen
I-
her. Well, she would have to be pretty because Matt would only parade around a pretty girl, right? She can't look like a wildebeest because you have to be pretty. That's our only point in living is to be pretty and breed.
I think they're one of those churches where you have to wear a dress, or the women have to wear the dresses all the time. Though.
Oh, of
Sure, why
course it
not?
is.
I mean, may as well throw that into.
Yeah, because I'm going through his public profile here on Facebook, and again, it's public, so I'm not looking I'm not doxing him or anything. I'm just looking at it.
Nobody's
If he
accusing you of
doesn't want,
doxing Matt Powell.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks that you have like you know, a secret background scanner and you're like looking into like where he lived when he
No.
was 7 years old.
Yeah, I'm down
And
on
I mean,
Google Earth in
he
front of his
puts his
house
full
right
name
now.
out there too. Like,
I'm sorry. What's Matt saying now?
I don't know.
In
We
God
got a
we
quarter.
trust. He wants
yeah,
to
we-
insist that this is what the country was founded on, and not something they did in 1950s to try to counter
yeah.
the
The
godless
dreaded communists.
atheist of the communist Russia.
Because that quarter minted this year says, "In God we trust." Therefore, in 1776,
When Jesus wrote the Constitution.
yeah, right after he wrote the First Amendment, what he actually meant by separation was
Union.
The church should be able to use their Second Amendment to protect their First Amendment.
Ugh. Oh well, might as well hit play, I guess.
Yeah.
Look at on our dollar bills and on our quarters, we have the phrase "In God we trust." There are many people that are unthankful. They're trying to get rid of that. They're trying to make it so it goes out of print. I want to deal with many different
in
topics
this stream,
very quickly.
I know on the quarter we have "In God we trust," but in the stream, I've been saying "fuck that guy."
Let's put that on the currency. I like it.
It means
Yeah.
something. You know, I can cherry pick with the best of them. Fuck you, guy. I'm sorry. Keep playing.
Fine.
Many different things that are harming our country. I want to take a Christian perspective of how to fix them and very quickly just present this seminar here tonight. And so the first thing I want to talk about is humanism. Now,
We
first
need to
off,
fix
the
humanism.
Bible tells us where we came from.
Matt Powell is going to fix everything wrong with the country from a
Starting
Christian
with-
perspective.
Starting with humanism. You know, I mean, we could just love one another like Jesus said. Fuck that shit.
Mhm.
Got to amend it the way Jesus really meant it.
And here I do just want to say, it's in the description, but I want to say again, this stream is not against like people of faith. Like,
No, just Matt Powell.
you can have a religion. I fully support your right to have it. But Matt Powell's an idiot and he's a preacher.
No, here's my stance. If you're going to be a Christian, like that means you're like supposed to be following the teachings of Christ. Christ was a communist. And we know this because his closest followers, like right after he died, the people that walked with him every day, lived and breathed his words, got the Holy Spirit sitting on top of their head, founded a commune. That is what the guy that walked around giving Medicare to all the people he encountered wanted. So I'm saying,
Yes,
so if you
Medicare.
could do more of this, that would be good for me.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty plain about the whole, if you want to come hang out with me, you got to sell all your shit and give it to the poor.
Don't be rich, feed the poor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Commie
Yeah,
Jesus.
I
I'm
do
all
just
about
want
it.
to say that. Like, we're probably
Still not
gonna
as
make,
good as Cat Jesus, but I will accept Commie Jesus.
well, just
Commie Jesus
we're
is
probably
better.
going to make a lot of jokes about it, but like Matt Powell is unfortunately a preacher. So some
I
stuff's
just want
gonna
him
get
to read
brought.
his own book.
It'd be nice.
Sell your money, feed the poor. Kids are poor. Maybe we could get them like food, you know.
I've heard that they like to eat every day.
Every day though. God.
3 times, something like that.
They say that, but they won't die if you do it at least once.
And I just realized everyone on here except me is a parent.
Beamsy, you're a parent?
Kind of. It's a complex thing.
I totally forgot you were here, Beamsy. I give you permission to speak.
Genetically speaking, I have 8 children.
8?
8?
Are they all cats?
No,
Where's Mew Mew?
she's on my feet at the moment.
I miss Mew Mew. I think she was like smacking around the last stream. That's funny.
She's asleep on my feet, so I can't move.
I mean,
Sounds
you don't
right.
have to get into it if you don't want to, but genetically speaking, like, were you a donor or?
I have a whole bunch of friends that are in same-sex relationships. They asked me to basically provide the required participant to actually have kids.
Oh, wow.
They've never explained how it actually worked out because I don't actually remember. This was before I joined the Navy and before my incident. I only know that I've got them because they've told me and they've been keeping in touch. But as for how I partook, I don't know. All I know is, genetically speaking, they're my kids, but in all forms of it, they've got two parents, and I'm not one of them.
Huh. Well, still, that's nice of you.
Well, look at you, like genetically living on. Way to go.
And helping the world out by spreading some big brains around.
Yeah.
It's also the fact being I'm 6'4" and I'm got blue eyes and a few other things that they just went, oh yes, please.
Oh, now I understand
6'4"?
why your kitty destroys your cameras. Because you're fucking stunning and kitty doesn't want to share.
He's a goddamn Adonis.
My face is horrible after my surgeries of reconstruction.
Why would you get reconstruction to make your face hideous?
They didn't have much to work with after I went through the bulkhead.
Fair. Well, I think you're beautiful.
I couldn't care less.
Fair.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine, mate.
Is that you now?
Yeah.
How are you hideous? Wait, that's not you now. Is that you now?
Yeah, that's me. That's me from about 2 months ago.
Okay.
Why do you think you're hideous? Where?
If that's all reconstructed, it looks like they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I can't even. I'm like seriously searching. Like, is he lying?
Yeah,
See how my eyes are different levels, as well as the right-hand side of my jaw is pushed in.
Please, my eyes are different levels.
I was going to say that's totally natural.
Oh no, most of that's due to the reconstruction because I didn't have much to work with. But
like Beamsy, if I was being mean, I'd say you look like the redhead who bought beer in front of me at the gas station yesterday. Like you look fine.
You look fine.
Yeah, I look fine. I was just saying I look hideous because I like saying that.
Okay.
Self-deprecating humor is.
I guess we're all hideous. What the fuck?
It's Australian thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we clearly wouldn't understand.
Bible says.
Maybe we need Mark on here.
I know, Mark. You gotta Aussie-splain this to us.
I know Sydney was. Yeah, Sydney's in the chat.
Is Sydney still here? Sydney, is this a thing?
It comes down to what it comes down to is you treat your enemies like cunts and you treat your friends like complete cunts and you treat yourself worse. That's just the Australian way it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh my God,
I can kind of see that. Yeah.
I'm a dinosaur. Your standards of beauty are odd.
Yeah, it's
So
also
in the beginning.
It's also the fact, that they told me I was stunning before because I think they have very weird tastes.
I relate to that when I was younger and people told me I was pretty, I thought they were fucking with me.
Ember, did you have a cult?
You
have your very own cult?
I had a cult, but not because I was pretty. It was because I had long hair and there was this football player who thought it was cool that I read the Amber novels by Roger Zelazny, so he took a liking to me, and because of the long hair, he called me Jesus one day, and then the whole fucking football team just started following me around calling me Jesus.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I didn't get a cult following because I was beautiful. It was just because of my looks. God, Maya, this isn't hard.
I didn't have to try. It all came naturally.
I don't consider having long hair to be part of it. It's a thing. I don't know.
God
I'm just here.
created the heaven and the earth. God gave us an explanation for why we're here. But in schools, they're telling our kids about humanism and how wonderful humanism is. They're teaching our kids that we came from a cosmic explosion.
How are those two related?
Cosmic explosion.
And humanism.
Normally,
Matt, I don't think you know
pants.
what that word means.
Oh, this is funny.
insert the
Normally,
meme
shit
from
is
the
pants.
Princess
He's a
Bride.
self-defecating Canuck.
Defecate. You guys.
I'm sorry. I just had to say that. Sorry to cut you off, Doc.
No, it's all right. Just like you keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
He doesn't understand words.
That's true. English is
Yeah.
hard, though.
It's hard. Yeah.
But here's the thing. What if I said a giant boulder just popped into this room from nowhere? Who would believe that? All right, who here thinks the universe could have popped into existence from
No one.
nothing with no God?
Wait,
You know what that
actually,
is?
everybody in
Magic
there.
that they're teaching
Everybody
our
in there thinks that.
That's true.
Yeah.
What is
At
it?
least as far as we can tell.
How do you words, Matt? God.
Well, that's it. How do you words? God.
I mean,
the
every
flowers
time I
bothering me.
press them on this, like, well, okay, given they're trolls, and they'll come into an atheist stream and be like, "You guys think that the universe came from nothing," and I'm like, "Well, what did God make the universe out of?" And then they get mad at me, like, I didn't.
It's
like I'm trying to like fuck with them.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
so
I'm just asking
hilarious.
a question. I am honestly just asking a question. We actually don't believe that. Not to say that I'm an atheist, but like nobody outside of like certain God believers thinks that there was nothing and then there was something. It's not a scientific stance. And nobody who doesn't believe in a God thinks that, regardless of science. So, I mean, hell, even what's his name? The guy that's always pissing me off. Daryl. Even Daryl believes in this fucking steady state.
I'm like, you need to narrow it down a bit more.
Yeah. That is quite a long list. That is quite a long list. The guy I like would probably be a much shorter list. Anyways, yeah, even Daryl thinks it's a steady state. Like, holy shit. Christians, every Christian I've talked to that heckles non-believers cannot answer that question. I've yet to see it happen.
It's
where did everything
it's a combination of straw man and projection at the same time.
Exactly.
Projection.
Our kids. Folks, they're teaching our kids in public schools literal magic that poof, out of nowhere, abracadabra, nothing created everything.
Was he homeschooled?
If you think that the universe just created
Oh,
itself
hey,
from
wow, he actually shows the book.
That he did not read.
And is not in any school taught to children.
Yeah. Wow. Is this Matt citing a source? Did he actually cite a source?
I mean, incorrectly, but I mean, it's a source. Sure. That's not the Bible. Holy crap.
That's true. What is he doing reading not the Bible? Well, no, he didn't read it. So
He did not read it, clearly.
Yeah.
Or else he would have understood that Lawrence Krauss turned something into nothing.
You had to have a catchy title, Krauss. You had to, didn't you?
Yeah, it's marketing. You know, he says in like the first chapter, what do we mean by nothing?
Right.
Well, probably not the nothing you're thinking of.
Because scientists don't believe in nothing because they can't observe it.
What is nothing?
I
don't know.
like,
Let's find out.
I still don't like that question on the why is there something rather than nothing. First of all, it's missing a question mark, so it's actually a statement that's phrased weirdly. But to the actual meat of the matter, I dislike that question. I get asked that not as often as I used to, but it still comes up now and then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why would nothing be the preferred state? Why is something... Right. Why wouldn't there be something? Like there's a hidden assumption in asking that question.
Right.
I mean, I almost feel like that is meant to be a statement. Like, this book will tell you why there is something rather than nothing.
I gotta ask, what would nothing look like? What would that be? As soon as you start giving it characteristics, it's not nothing anymore. It's something because it has qualities. Mm-hmm. So nothing can't really exist in a philosophical sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incoherent.
Exactly.
It cannot exist, so it doesn't, depending on how you want to consider time.
From nothing, you've bought into mysticism, you bought into magic. That's not science, that's a false religion. Next thing I want to deal with is transgenderism. In the schools today, they are teaching our kids that there are more than 2 genders. You can buy a shirt that says there are more than 2 genders.
You can buy shirts that say a lot more than that over on betterthanreligion.com.
I think me and Maya talked about this recently, didn't we?
What was it? We talk about a lot of shit.
About the style. It's men's and women's is really just more about the cut of the fabric than anything about who wears it.
Mm-hmm.
It's what part of your figure you want to...
Yeah. I mean, we say it is, but I mean, 100 years ago, pink was a male color, because it was a derivation of red or whatever. So like it was like seen as not being fit for women. And actually 100 years ago, everybody wore a white dress until there were 2. So I mean, it's just...
Yeah, there's photos of Teddy Roosevelt in a nightgown.
Yeah.
And he's, the most badass president we've ever fucking had.
Yeah, I mean, well, most of the badass kings you would have seen wearing something similar to a dress and high heels and stockings.
Yeah, George Washington. I mean, it's paintings rather than photos, but he's got a wig, he's got makeup, he's got a long shirt and pantyhose and high heels and has a purse and like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's kind of like fashion changes and isn't, goes back and forth between genders as we want it to.
God. Bring back David Bowie.
Hell yeah.
Bring back Liberace. I liked it. Not necessarily music, but fashion. It was a sight to behold.
And I mean, I was gonna say I've got Scottish ancestry, Celts. Or
exactly.
Kilts. Wow, words.
Celts wear kilts.
They do.
Yes. Or like any number of other cultures where just dresses are the norm or skirts are the norm because they're nice and free.
No, but kilts are acceptable because they were meant to be worn by men, unlike dresses.
No, kilts are unisex.
The Celtic culture wore kilts.
Yeah, kilts are unisex. It's just more of the how you wear it.
No. We're making fun of right wingers. It's an American thing. You wouldn't understand.
I make fun of extremists.
Yeah, right wingers, like we said.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless I'm wrong, most countries like off the cuff right wing, basically America just right of centrist.
Yeah, so like Beams
might actually be left of centrist, honestly.
If Beamsy was in the US, I imagine he would probably be considered left wing, but in Australia things are different, isn't that right?
Yeah.
In Australia I'm more a centrist.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And a centrist in the rest of the world is an off the left radical here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, you'd be like a woke leftist over here.
Well, you could tell, like, when he was coming up the bat about the trans stuff with...
There's right-wing extremists in the UK who are to the left of Bernie Sanders.
It's Mark Reed.
Hello.
Mark.
How
Fresh
you
and
doing?
shiny. Are you freshly
Yeah,
shaved?
Very, very. Yes, I shaved everything today. So yes,
Hot.
you get a shiny, spanking bright Mark Reed today. How you
Oh,
I
doing?
see
you look
eyebrows, so he lied.
gorgeous.
Except the eyebrows. Yeah, no, you don't touch that. Come on now. I was gonna
I
pencil
don't know.
some
Maybe
more
you
on,
should
but
shave the eyebrows and then
maybe I
use
should.
like
Maybe I should.
eyeliner.
Don't listen to him.
Guyliner, you mean?
Don't
Guyliner.
do that. It would piss me off.
I don't plan my fashion around what pisses you off, man. Maybe I should
You
start
should.
getting
You
that.
should.
I should.
It makes
Yeah,
me
no,
bitch
you're
a
right.
lot less.
Okay.
And nobody wants to hear me bitch ad nauseum while drinking wine for 2 hours straight.
I don't know. I'm kind of into it a little. So yeah, why not? Why not?
You know,
Did I miss
Maya,
everything?
you
I do
seem
apologize. I had
surprisingly
a.
sober.
Oh,
Well-
okay. Yeah.
Well, we just listened to Matt Powell complain about abortion and
how
how
it's
we
like
are all
9/11.
just commie leftists for wanting women to have control over their own bodies and making medical decisions alone without a man, with their own doctor. God forbid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
but
the church should get a say, of course. Yeah.
You're missing the important part. We determined that Beamsy's stunning, and bald people are hot.
Bald people are hot.
Okay.
You're saying that like it's not true. Oh
no,
and
I'm just
Ember-
listing it off.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
And Amber has a hot new dress, or is that new?
I've seen
Well,
it.
it was in yesterday's pre-recorded video. Yeah.
Tell Ember how hot she looks in her dress.
Amber, you're hot in that dress. You're
Just
rocking
wait.
that dress.
That was my sizzle. Did you hear it? I don't know if you heard it.
Oh, we all know that Ember puts the pH into fat.
And I'm gonna sprinkle my salt, spicy, hot mama.
So I was thinking of doing a Christmas special for Christmas, and I was thinking of like playing a game on my stream in my Hovind outfit, and because he hates games so much, and the
Wait,
game
are you
is
doing
Hunt.
purple stream?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. Purple still
Well,
got
the game's
openings
called-
on the 25th.
Yeah, I'm going away for I'm going to have to take a break because I'm going down south to visit my in-laws for the holidays. So I'll be staying down there for at least a couple of days. And I'm not sure what the internet's like. So Perps got hold, Purple Rhymes with Orange got hold of me, and I sort of said, yeah, I'd love to, but I can't guarantee that the internet's going to be stable or on all the time. So yeah. And Robin, I in my last game I did kill you, but it was Big Bad Mama's fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Blame Big Bad Mama. It's all their fault. All their fault.
Just on the topic of that Hovind outfit.
Yes.
Like, it's weird how well it kind of suits you. Like, I think you look good in the vacation shirt.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced of that.
It's a fact of bad fashion, but still fashion, that everyone looks better in a Hawaiian shirt. That's probably why even Kent wears one, because it makes him look better than he otherwise would.
Look,
because
I mean,
they're exciting, so they distract from the face.
You can put lipstick on a pig, like seriously. That's not something, that's Kent Hovind is never going to look better. But yeah, I was thinking of doing it, and the game I was thinking of playing was that Honey, I Joined a Cult, where you run a cult kind of thing, which would be just hilarious and make him so mad, which I'm sort of, yeah.
Pro.
But I think I don't know if I should do it or not. Like it is very it really is very inflammatory, I guess. I'm not usually that inflammatory.
Well, yeah, but like he kind of deserves it. He brings it upon himself.
He does.
I mean,
yeah.
Comedy, though.
Well, that is true.
You
I
can
don't
do
know
it.
what I'm
despite
You can
that.
call it like a Ho-Ho-Hovind stream.
Oh, that is so good.
Oh,
That is so good. Oh, I love it.
Well, now you have to.
Yeah. And I was thinking of putting in brackets like IRS not welcome kind of thing, 'cause
All right, somebody give Mark an answer so we can get back to Matt Powell bashing.
An answer on what?
An answer to what? What do I need an answer to?
You asked a question, didn't you?
Did I?
Oh,
Are you kidding me? I'm the
What
one who's been
question did I
drinking.
ask?
You were asking if you should do something.
Yeah, if I should do the stream tomorrow is what I'm asking.
Oh, tomorrow? Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's the only day I've got free coming up before Christmas, to be honest with you. So
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I've done streams the last 3 days in a row because my general philosophy is get them in when you can because you don't know when the next time might be.
right. I could do it. Wait, it's Tuesday night for you guys, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I could do it. I could do it Thursday night. No, that's my Friday stream. No, it has to be tomorrow.
It has to be tomorrow, guys.
Or it could be Friday
It's Wednesday.
night.
Nobody does shit tomorrow, right?
What is
well, I
tomorrow?
don't
Wednesday? There's something that happens Wednesdays.
Nothing happens on Wednesdays.
Is it?
No one. It's hump day. Everybody just,
Not Neil.
Everything happens on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
I don't know. Maybe that's when I used to put my show before I went away. I can't remember.
I mean,
I
was
really
thinking
wanted
of
to have
streaming
my
sometime
stuff.
tomorrow afternoon, but that probably wouldn't overlap with
Well,
yours.
I often try to avoid everybody's streams and stuff, but I've kind of given up lately. Everybody's just doing things whenever and stuff. So I do care.
I always
It's-
stream on Sundays at 9:30
I know.
p.m.
Yeah.
EST.
Oh no, Mark, you
Yes.
have too many friends.
Yeah. So if any of you other fuckers are thinking about streaming, do not let it be after
Yeah, so I've
9:30
decided to do a
p.m.
new
EST.
stream. It's going to be
Sunday.
called Make Maya Rage is going to be my next stream, and it's going to be on Sunday at 9:30. And
Oh my god! I saw your stream yesterday with Stephanie, and I kind of want to shut up now because, like, what does it feel like to be able to get a word in edgewise? Holy shit!
Well, I mean, I wanted Steph to be able to, articulate what she wanted to. I think she felt unheard, and I don't want people to be unheard, not at least when I've got something to say about it. A lot of people were expecting me to attack her, and that I made it clear I was not
Have I
out
met
to
you?
attack her. I was not out to attack anybody.
No, I've never seen you do that.
Do what?
Attack anyone. Like even when you it's clear you're disagreeing with someone. It never comes through as an attack. It's always just like a professional critique.
I've certainly lost my temper. I certainly have. There's been some arrogant people I certainly have attacked for being absolutely childish and arrogant. So I don't know. I can. It's just I try not to.
No, you're a perfect gentleman. Nicer than I've been to her when
Lies.
she. No, I could show you some times when she's done the same to me, and I wasn't rude, but I didn't let it go.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I shouldn't let it go.
All right, so it depends on what your goal is. I thought it was a bit excessive, is why I'm bringing it up, but
What was
it's a trans. You're not trans, and it was a trans conversation. So,
yes,
the trans person should have had most of the speaking, sure, but and it's one thing when you were talking and she wasn't done talking, but there were sometimes when she was definitely done talking, and then you decided to talk, and then she was like, "Oh, well, I've decided to talk more," and I'm like,
"Yeah, but that's what Steph does."
Yeah, it's a Stephanie thing.
Yeah,
yeah, but okay. It's Mark's house, right? I mean, okay, I've overtalked actually, I know, a couple of times tonight. I try to wrap it up very quickly. I apologize. And then I'm like, okay, everybody else shut the fuck up because I was rude. Doc, please speak. And I just feel like there's no, I don't know. I feel like you need to be considerate of people when you're in their house. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Maybe it's
but
just
I
a
was
me thing.
interviewing her, like I was interviewing her, so it's really it's a different dynamic if you've come to an open room and whether you're coming to be interviewed. I think that's a different dynamic. I think it's a very different dynamic. So yeah, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, sure. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't really mind.
For me, it seemed more like a conversation, and even if it's an interview, I personally feel like a conversation has been a back and forth, and I'm not Steph bashing. I've said this to her face, but no, it was it was a good stream. I thought it was productive, and I know that I don't know. I don't know. I heard that there's some things going on in the background. I'm not asking you to confirm or deny that, but it seems like you guys left on a good foot, and that's really all I want for the whole of the community. Is we're going to have a difference of opinion, and that's great.
Sure.
When you have a difference of opinion, that's a mark that you're thinking for yourself, and I think that's healthy. And I would prefer it if people, rather than, I've seen a lot of childishness going on, and I'm not like bashing anybody in particular, but I prefer it when people, just hash it out. Like, okay, I'm here, you're here, let's talk.
Yeah, totally. I really think that's a good idea.
But
Usually,
again, just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I do agree.
Yeah, I've been yelling at people about that too. I'm like, you need to stop talking about people and talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So no, I thought I was there for the whole stream. I watched it. I thought it was very productive, and I thought you guys parted in good terms, and I know that's important to her. Been important to her lately. I know she's feeling very backed into a corner, and it is very hopeful. And I can't even just say her, but like, I feel her pain with the community, because there are a lot of people who are saying they're allies, but it's like they're saying it, but not walking the walk. And it comes
hard.
off kind of two-faced.
It's hard because I would really like to do more, but sort of my area in it is like debate and stuff, and I wouldn't feel comfortable debating on trans issues because I'm not.
Well, get comfortable with it. Get comfortable with it.
You think? Because
yes.
I mean, I would really want. I would not like to misrepresent the community, kind of thing.
That's right? Fine. It's fine. And I'm not saying like you should misrepresent. And Bree, feel free to jump in here. Ember, feel free to jump in here. Doc, feel free to jump in here. Beamsy, feel free to jump in here if you want. But the thing is, and I'm saying this as a Black person, and I can't speak on behalf of the Black community, but on behalf of the Black community, we need white allies. We need white male allies, because white men who are bigots respect you way more than they're ever going to respect me.
No, that's true.
They're not going to understand their target. Like, I'm not a human being. I'm whatever this demon is they've constructed in their mind. I need somebody to bridge that gap and say, no, she's cool. Listen to her. And that's something that only you can provide, because they already respect you. So all marginalized groups need people who look exactly like you. So you, Mark Reed, we need you to get on, just not saying more than you feel comfortable saying, but we need you to speak up and take on the conversation when you're hearing someone, to shut it down or say, no, you're wrong. And, here are some people that I trust. I think you can trust. You should have this conversation because you're straw manning the position.
Oh, well, I do that. I just, I'm more talking about like going into an actual debate kind of thing. Right?
Oh, yeah. Like on MDD, never. Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't mean
that anyone do that. But if it's even on your channel, yeah, I mean, I'm with you there too, because I try not to have trans debates like on my show without having another trans person there.
It's just like having.
I have to do
an abortion
routinely in my regular life.
You know what I mean? Like having an abortion debate. It's two guys arguing about abortion or having an abortion debate. It just looks really bad. It just is.
I agree.
Yeah. So I just think sort of, two cis white guys having a debate on trans issues is just it's really bad. Like
I
it's just
agree. Do you remember me calling you out on this like half a year ago?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I totally agree. However, if it's you and a buddy in a barbershop, have the goddamn conversation.
Yeah.
But
I
like,
do.
if you're
I
going to go
definitely do, yeah.
online, I'm not saying don't have the conversation. I'm saying, maybe bring a woman with you, But again, we need people to be comfortable having these conversations. And it's not even about doing it online or growing your channel, I'm talking about IRL mainly, because that's where you're going to encounter the bulk of the misogyny and the homophobia and the racism.
I actually have an example from the guy I was stuck writing with. He was a little bit transphobe, and he didn't know I was a trans person, so he assumed I was a guy and just talked away and shit. And he'd say stuff like, "What's up with these people who are confused? They don't know whether they're a boy or a girl." And I'd say stuff like, that's not really the situation. Like, I don't think you really understand. Like, you don't have to. I mean, I could have explained the whole thing to him, but honestly, he wasn't worth my time. But you don't have to like go through a whole thing. Just call them out on their bullshit. Be like, that's not really accurate.
Yeah,
and then send them to me.
Right.
It's very much an oversimplification of what the issue is with people. There's a small amount of them, people that are confused. That happens with everything, but there are more people who are quite literally born in the wrong body.
Yeah.
Well,
God doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, well, that's what they have to admit, that sort of God put the neurological system and brain type of one, sex in another body, which is difficult for them to admit, to say the least. Like, that isn't some mistake that God would make, right? But that's funny.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, but I refuse to call myself an ally because I prefer to actually let other people make a judgment on my own actions.
Same.
Makes sense.
And maybe as kind of the last word on this for now, just
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's a good conversation to have, and it's related to the topic. But like, Mark, from your prior debates that I've seen, like, I trust you to do your diligent research before talking or before speaking on a topic that you might not be an expert in. Like, I've seen you do that with like a geology debate. Like, you have a stream talking with me and Beamsy. And I've seen you do that with other debates. Like, you do research, so you're not just talking out of your ass.
Well, I do,
and that's a really good thing.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you don't talk out your ass, just you don't only do
that. Thank you. I try. Oh God, these headphones are killing me. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's weird to be able to see your. Oh, you can't hear me.
It looked really futuristic when you had him on at first. Like the new captain of the Enterprise showing up on the stream with your shiny head.
I don't think he can hear us.
Just saying.
Oh, there you are. I was gonna say, it was weird being able to see your ears. So I always see you with headphones.
I know, it's just so hot here at the moment. It's insanely hot. Like, it's so hot. And I don't know, my ears are weird. Like, headphones never fit them. Like, the earplugs never fit them. So I like over-ear headphones. So, yeah. It's just, I really need a new pair, and it's so hot here. And there's a few reasons why I'm just rocking the earplugs at the moment. But that's okay. But no, I get what you're saying. And I would certainly do my best. It's just, I would rather, someone like Ember stand up for the community, or somebody in the sort of, that demographic be debating it. And I'd love to see that. And I think that all in all, we need more inclusivity in debates. The amount of debates where I've seen two cis white guys, debating is just too much. We need other people in the debate sphere, and I sort of say that a lot because it all seems to be cis white guys.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm not saying
And-
start a stream where it's just you and another white guy talking about, oh, what are the crumbs that we should leave for the little marginalized people. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying as things pop up, we need people to be aware and to push back. And again, it doesn't have to be a whole stream, but just be aware enough on the issues to be able to call people out on their bullshit. And white men really don't. I mean, we talk so much about like the patriarchy, and like I think I know a lot of white men feel like they're being bashed, but it really is just the rest of us recognizing your power, and there is power. You have the power, and again, that means more to Americans probably than Aussies, but you saying to another white man, no, really, this is important, holds weight. And I need you to realize that.
Yeah, you probably didn't see the stream where I went into Praise's room to tell him how disappointed I was with his attitude on trans people.
Mm. And,
no,
I mean,
if it was on
that, Mark,
channel, I wouldn't have lent him the view. But thank you for that.
I can say that I've seen Praise be pretty. I actually stopped interacting with him. I was gonna, engage and try to have a series of educational conversations with him, just kind of see where we stand. But he's just too volatile towards trans people for me to even tolerate.
Yeah. And I haven't really been back to his channel after that, because I just said, like, you really disappoint me by holding these really egregious views on trans people. Like, you claim to be a loving Christian, but here you are sort of vilifying an entire section of the community just because you think it's wrong to be like, it's just bad. It's really bad. But I do try to do that kind of stuff, and I just want to let you know that I do really try to push back on that stuff.
I mean, kind of related to like what you all were saying before, like, sure, Mark, it might be preferable to have a trans person there to defend themselves, but just as 5 is more than 4, 1 is more than 0.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and
true.
If you're the only one in a room standing up for another group, do what you got to do, I guess.
Well, actually, I was involved in like a one with Danny from Phil Talk, where we like took on a whole bunch of people who were absolute bigots, basically. And Danny was amazing. I got to say, he's really good.
He's good.
Danny does good in the trans topic.
Yeah.
He can argue both
absolutely.
sides of it, though. So it's like, but
really, I didn't
Yes.
hear the other side. I only heard one side of it. So
yeah,
because obviously,
I've only
else
heard him do it as the steel man, but he knows the.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows the
Yeah.
rhetoric.
Yeah, but he's a philosophy major and debate nerd, so he knows that you really can't argue something unless you can steel man your opponent. So yeah, anything he argues, like, he know that he's probably already steel manned. He can steel man that both sides.
Okay. Well, I don't want this to be about me. So, like, let's wrap up the topic and go on to better things. Like, obviously, Matt Powell is much more joyful than this. I'm sorry that I couldn't even make it through that sentence.
Again, it's Matt Powell, so we're not off topic. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. We've derailed.
Speaking of bigots.
There's a segue. Yeah. Speaking of disgusting,
I've already
bigots.
used that segue, but yeah.
Why do these people exist?
Money.
Yeah,
that's a good answer. Good answer.
Accurate.
Well, see, the thing is, but they're so angry about it, right? Like, I really feel like Matt Powell probably tried on a dress and felt good, and so that's why he's so angry at the trans, like it seems like that sort of transphobia comes from a sort of,
Yeah.
you know, like, because you don't get that angry about things that don't matter that much. I don't know why he's so mad about it.
He doesn't either.
I mean, it is harder to tell with him, but it either is going to boil down to stupidity or money, in my opinion.
He was
For
beat
legal
into him.
reasons.
But guess what? You can only buy it in a male or female size.
As Bree said earlier, it's more for a cut because roughly half of the population has boobs.
Yeah.
Well, probably more than half now, considering the way that America's going with their obesity problem.
Yeah, that's no joke.
I blame the food
Okay.
industry.
But
Look, there's a difference between boobs and moobs.
even even you can wear different cuts going to flatter your frame different ways. Men's cuts are there's generally just like a single type of cut, but in women's cuts, I've found that there's a few, there's 2 or 3 different cuts of even just a plain T-shirt that can flatter your body in a different way. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I just realized sounds like weirdly fun? Just like all of us, like our entire group, just like going to a mall and just going through a bunch of different stores. Like all of the crazy crap we would get up to. Feel like I'm a
Where
teenager
is this
thinking of
mall?
that. But
Okay.
I don't know, some theoretical place.
Okay.
But
Mall
like
of
I just had a
America.
random
I don't
like
know what that
teenager
is,
idea.
but-
Like, hey, let's go to the mall and cause some chaos. It'd be fun.
What's your favorite store to go to in the mall, Doc?
Hot topic.
Does a
Hot
movie theater
topic.
count? Because a lot of the
Sure,
malls
why
nearly
not?
have theaters.
What's a mall?
Doc, you're too young to remember the mall generation, huh?
No, I remember. Look, Bree, I'm in the Midwest. Trends are always 20 years behind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If there's so many different genders, shouldn't there be non-binary, male, female, cat, dog, right? Because people are saying you identify as whatever you want, right?
I hate him so much.
It's unbelievable.
Do we even need to address that?
Why is couples trending again?
I'm sure she said something at all.
The reason there's not more than 2 genders is because science has shown us that there's only male and female bones, okay? There's only...
Incorrect, sir.
Yeah,
Male and female bones.
Male and
They're
female
completely
bones.
different. See, the male bones are made of snakes and snails and puppy dog tails, while the female bones are made of sugar and spice and everything
All
nice.
things nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I learned that in biology class. Yeah.
They're
My
completely
bones are
different,
made
though.
from goddess material. I don't know about you, fuckers.
Ambrosia
I have an
or something?
exoskeleton, so I don't count.
But yeah, like there are trends. Like there's it's a like every trait for the human skeletal system is a bimodal, meaning you have 2 peaks usually. Sometimes you can have 3 or 4. It's weird. Usually 2 peaks, but there's a whole spectrum in between and farther away. Like humans are oddly variable for how genetically bottlenecked they are.
This part is just really confusing to me because he's really conflating sex and gender, but he's using both of them. Like he's saying gender, I guess, because sex is a naughty word, but he's using it to talk about both sex and gender, and it just I don't know, it's annoying.
He's the personification of annoying.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not being much use. I'm going through the Utah stratigraphic map region at the moment. See if I can find megalodon teeth.
Oh, good.
Ooh, cool. I like that.
On the subject of bones, my bones are mostly iron. I discovered. I tried to give blood once, and they take your blood and they put a dropper into some fluid, and it's supposed to float about midway. Mine went right to the bottom.
Wow.
Yeah, I have hemochromatosis, which if
What
I
does that mean?
don't, it's heavy iron in the blood.
Mm.
If I don't bleed regularly, it builds up in my organs and bones and shit.
Oh, holy shit.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the few disorders where the recommended treatment is still actually leeches.
Huh.
I
That's
don't
concerning.
have pet leeches, though.
No. Yeah. Please don't do that.
No.
No, I'm the opposite, where I'm like borderline anemic all the fucking time.
I know I have thicker bones than usual.
Are you black?
Well, I mean, you're a dino.
I am not.
I know that my
I mean,
arm bones.
technically I'm blue right now because winter coat, but
I know my arm bones angle away from my body at a weird angle that's like very, very female kind of angle.
Nice.
But yeah, no, like I've actually seen
Mark's telling us
X-rays
about
of my
his
bones.
cat.
My bones are weirdly thick. Like most of my long bones are weirdly thick compared to
Aren't
most.
they hollow too?
Yeah, maybe they're just extra hollow. But I've never broken one.
I've never broken a bone either.
But
I have an exoskeleton, so that's something completely different.
You have an exoskeleton?
Yeah,
So you like a turtle?
No, exoskeleton, like
bumblebee?
Yes.
Oh.
There you go.
The turtles don't have exoskeletons. What are you talking about?
Well, it's made of
Shell.
scoot. The shell. I don't know if I'd call it an exoskeleton, though.
Okay.
But arthropods have exoskeletons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to use this avatar all the time. I haven't used it in a while. I got all these pretty new pictures.
I remember
of my face.
that. I thought you refused to use that.
No,
Actually, they're
I
now
love that
making exoskeletons. For
Well, you look
people.
through a
They're actually
PR
pretty
training.
cool if you've ever seen one. Anyone seen an exoskeleton they're making now? They're like power armor kind of thing. That's really
I've seen the
cool.
exosuits.
Like Iron Man?
Interesting.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
they're
Wait,
working
so I
on
could be Iron Man?
Kinda.
Kind of.
They're
Cool.
working on the new generation of lithium sulfur batteries that are supposed to contain something like 400% more power in the same size battery. And
Cool.
yeah, you'll basically be able to walk around in a forklift if you want to. I mean,
Yeah,
and you
basically.
can afford it.
And there's that.
Yeah.
But let's see. At any rate, what I have on screen right here. So these are measurements of male and female femurs.
Okay.
And so as an example, right here's the length. So the average for female left and right femurs is about 41 centimeters. The average for male is about 43 centimeters. But there's enough overlap to encompass all the other measurements.
Wow.
And
I am
that's
shocked.
true for every other measurement. Like,
Shocked.
Right?
and this is and
Humans
I
are humans? No way.
well, it's just like I have both seen and made charts like this for most other bones in the human body and other animal bodies. Like,
Yeah. Most other animals will be.
This
There's-
just shows how stupid their
extreme
argument
overlap.
is.
What?
Yeah.
I was talking to she goes by Sciencey Melody on Instagram, but she's a forensic scientist, and she was talking about how groups of people that there'll be like more similarity between the males and females of one people group than there are from another haplogroup or another side of the world. Like the individuals match the others of their own origins, regardless of the sex, more than they do regional, which is an interesting perspective to have.
I heard a thing the other day. It wasn't the main topic of the podcast, so I'm drawing a blank on which podcast it was. It was actually about how a forensics conference got canceled because all the speakers were huge transphobes, and they were like, nope, we're not with those guys, no. But they had a forensic anthropologist on explaining that you don't identify the sex of bones. You estimate the sex of bones based on a whole suite of characteristics that are all spectral distributions.
Yeah, I have personally examined several skeletons in different labs. The most common thing you do is you have a list of traits that are usually semi-diagnostic in humans, and you just chart an average, and like it will be on average more male or more female, and in a decent number of cases it's just flat out wrong. Like, anyway, all this to say, Matt, you're wrong. Go away, you're stupid.
There's only male and female chromosomes. This is what science has shown us. We're talking about biology.
Also wrong.
What?
He can't go a full sentence without being wrong, can he?
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, Klinefelters.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We have XX, XY, XXY, X. Is XYY a thing?
I've heard of it, but I don't think it's viable.
Yeah, every combination is possible. It's a matter of whether it's viable or not. But then we've also got SRY translocations and what the fuck is the other one? I can't think of it right now. Forrest rattled it off once.
XYY is a thing. But yeah, you can have that. There can be intermediates. Just going with hormones, you can have all kinds of mutations or just variations. You can have someone who is genetically male, born with androgen insensitivity syndrome, and they will form as a female. Like, they will have breasts and all their female characteristics, even though they have XY chromosomes.
Yeah,
I could have,
and it's more common
I
than you
could have
think.
XXY and still be able to produce offspring.
I found a singer on YouTube that she's in Melbourne called Bloom, and she's sort of like, she does a short that said, "Hey, I have testicles in my stomach," and it's like, oh, that is so cool.
There's, I forgot what I was about to say now because Mark jumped in.
Sorry,
it's all good.
I'll jump out.
No, I had something.
Shake it all about.
Yeah, you don't want to see me shake it all about. So
Go ahead, Beamsy.
I've forgotten the point that I was trying to make. I just lost it.
Chromosomes?
Blame me. I'm always to blame.
Probably. But yeah, just human sex is bimodal, and the curves are not. The curve is gentle.
Yeah, and that's okay. Don't be scared by that. That's fine.
I mean, that's true for most organisms.
Yeah.
We're talking about genetics. We're talking about scientific fact, scientific law. We only have male and female eyes. There's no such thing as a
scientific law.
What?
What?
How
Scientific
are eyes male
law.
and female?
He's going to talk. Well, so there's
Wait,
a
so what did he
trend
say? Scientific what?
Hold on. There's a trend in the humans where men on their genes are more likely to be colorblind. Like 3/4 of the more likely to be colorblind than women are. So
yeah,
with the genes, not
that's
the
tied to
eyes.
the X chromosome, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
because
most
it's just a
defects-
happenstance that it's connected to that. It's not like, you know, that just proves how arbitrary some of this stuff is and not intelligently designed. Because yeah, but it means that so a man is more likely to be colorblind, therefore biblical gender roles, because women are supposed to be the gatherers while men are the hunters.
No, most defects are on the X chromosome. I was told that the Y really can't handle defects without like just completely imploding. So like even baldness is on an X chromosome.
But since, well, at least most, I'll just go with female because we're talking biology.
Mhm.
Most female humans will inherit 2 X chromosomes. Usually, even if one has the defect, the other usually
Then the other
doesn't,
one will cancel it out.
which is why female baldness is so rare.
Exactly.
Pretty sure I have a very low chance of going bald. Could be wrong though.
If
It's
your
also
dad-
Got a high chance. Of
if your
going
dad's
bald?
not bald, then it's rare that you would. I've never
I
seen
think
it.
it's through your mother's father or something. Isn't
Mother's
it?
father.
Maybe that's not right. Yeah, I thought
It-
so.
well,
I could be wrong on
It's
that. Though.
it's weird because
It
the
is your
gene is
mother's
on the X.
father, but
I mean, like a male gets their X chromosome from the mother, unless they are
Yeah.
XXY,
right.
because it's the sperm will have either X or Y.
Yeah, but like it's
So
on
it's
it's
more
on
so
the
if
X
your
it's on the X
grandfather?
chromosome. So it would be your dad and your mother's father would determine it.
Yeah. Well, no, just your
Because the dad,
just
well,
your
if you're
maternal
bald,
grandfather. Then,
your dad
no?
could definitely say definite. Well, he would have had to. Well, the mom
Whoever
would-
gave you
pretty
your
the
sure
mom
Y.
would have given you the X, yeah, and then the dad would give you the Y. Okay,
And here we
yeah.
are still asking why.
But yeah, I'm sorry, but you could be XX and still be male or have male gonads. So I mean,
You can, yeah.
SRY mutations are a bitch.
yeah.
Is
They
it
also-
estrogen insensitivity? Yes. Okay. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead,
the-
Beansy.
The aspect is also that the Y also mutates far faster than any other chromosome.
Hmm.
It's also far smaller than any other chromosome.
It's the Gary Habermas of chromosomes because it has minimal facts.
Pretty much.
So, fun fact, in birds, it is the males who have both same sex chromosomes and the females who have one different.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Never looked into birds. I remember looking into one species of animal that had a W.
Sure.
And just so you know, Doc actually just took a sample of his own blood to find that out.
Bird sex bird sex chromosomes. Male is ZZ, female is ZW.
Oh, okay. Well, it was birds. There you go.
Yeah. Biology
Nice.
is neat.
And weird.
I wouldn't say that. It's kind of messy, to be honest with you.
Oh, yes. Chemistry
drop out
is a
to
sloppy
the
bitch.
chat, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Bye,
Okay,
Breeze.
Bree.
See you.
Have a good one, Bree. Boop. And then there were 5.
Binary chromosome, it doesn't exist. They put their faith in a false religion. They need to have their eyes open to the truth. There's only male and
Yes.
female muscles.
Can he
The
not
false
do a full
religion of
sentence?
biology.
Can we at least
Also,
get one full sentence? Just one.
Sorry. That's my. That
Sorry,
one's my
very
fault.
debatable,
Totally my
but
fault.
does he have to preach while doing the potty dance?
No, I wasn't blaming you, Mark. I'm blaming Matt entirely for this. Can he
Oh,
not
yeah, that's true.
one full
Yeah.
sentence without spouting
That's-
some bullshit?
Something outrageously wrong.
Well, I mean, everything about this guy is fucking half-assed incarnate, right? His suit doesn't fucking fit. His hair's, what is that haircut? And there's a poof sticking out to the side. Like, no shame. There's days I don't feel like I look very great. Frankly, I don't feel like I look very great most of the time, but some days are better than others. I'm feeling a little fabulous today. But, I mean, if I'm going to give a presentation in front of the whole fucking congregation, I'm at least going to make sure my hair is cut straight. I don't know.
I mean, it's a look.
Well,
I mean,
mine is
honestly, he
always
looks like a
cut straight.
woodpecker.
He looks like he got attacked by a woodpecker.
Well, he
How
might
much
have got
wood would a
attacked by.
woodpecker peck if a woodpecker could peck wood?
Why
I'm
is
actually more
cheeks
thinking along the
always
lines.
so rosy? Is he like constantly drunk, or is like he just have like some sort of arrested development in his genes that he can't like mature?
I mean, some people are like that. My girlfriend's like that.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
more thinking about the thing. He wasn't attacked by a woodpecker, just more attacked by a pecker.
I'm gathering it's cuter on her than on Matt Powell. I'm gathering.
Oh, she's adorable, and she's asleep, so she can't growl at me.
Aw. Sweet.
You say, well, why does
Oh
this
wait,
debate matter? Who cares
Jedi
what they do? in their-
wants to know if Matt manscapes.
I do not want to know.
Oh
You know,
boy.
I bet he just never grew anything to manscape.
Oh, probably true.
I'll say shots
Your
fired.
own
but-
privacy.
Okay, plot twist. How about this plot twist? Matt turns out to be born a female and is really trans and, you know, is self-hating.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be insane, right?
Maybe that's why we can't find him in the financial database, because his banking is all under his dead name.
What financial database?
Oh yeah.
Earlier, we went on a small quest to try to find out his net worth.
Oh.
Yeah, Bree
Okay.
said he was on the caper.
But you know, that said, he would not be the first self-hating trans person to
At all.
talk about it publicly.
Yeah, although the ones that I know about are open about the fact that they are trans. There's
True.
that one person that argued with Nominal Naomi a few months ago. There's
Caitlyn
what
Jenner,
is it? Blair White.
Blair White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Blair White really self-hating trans?
Yes.
I'll take your word for it. I don't really understand that.
There's so many things I don't understand, but yes.
That's relatable.
Humans are your strange creatures.
It's not private. It's in public. They're trying to infiltrate women's sports. That affects everyone. They're trying to get into women's.
Since when do you care about women's sports?
Name one female athlete, Matt. Just
right?
Yeah, this is.
Okay, so I'm gonna
only
channel.
care about women's sports when they can oppress trans people. That's it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the same thing with everything with Matt. Like he only cares about babies when he needs it to oppress women.
Yeah.
You know, he only cares about anything when he needs to use it as a tool. Like it just, it's so frustrating. But yeah, I'm gonna channel Stephanie Helms here and point out that Matt likes to, and others like him, like to make the case that trans people are transitioning just to play in women's sports because women are so easy to beat and yada, yada, yada. The whole reason there are women's sports at all, the reason there's gender segregation at all, is because there didn't used to be. It used to be just a sport. And then there'd be an Olympics or something, and a woman would beat a man. And we can't have that. So the very next year, there'd be a women's division. And it's like that for every fucking sport. The only reason there's a women's division for most sports is because the men can't stand being beaten by women.
And did you see that video? It's a movie that's supposed to be coming out about these guys. It's a right-wing video about these guys going into women's sports and just like...
A Ben Shapiro production.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
So apparently that was supposed to be a documentary, and until they found out how hard it was to actually get a man into women's sports, and none of them wanted to transition for the point of a documentary. So they just made this like spoof movie that can't happen, despite the fact that they tried to make it, and it. Oh God, it's assholes.
It's basically Straw Man the movie, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
yeah.
Because they couldn't
they're
prove their
ads
point.
for it.
Yeah, they couldn't prove their point, so they just made something up.
Yeah,
Like they always do.
The actual ad for it has Shapiro saying, "We designed it to be the most triggering movie ever."
Of course.
And I
If
mean,
you
I
ever
can't
want to
imagine
just-
a leftist actually watching it. So, who are you triggering?
I thought about reviewing it, but then I'm like,
Mm-mm.
I remembered what Stephanie said about giving assholes oxygen, and I'm like, fuck them.
Not that
You treat them
movie,
like
yeah.
fire. Yeah, you
I
treat
mean,
them
I
like
can
fire.
understand. Yeah, I can understand if like the PragerU comes out with something inflammatory and you want to denounce the points, but like that movie, like don't give it the views.
Well, you can pirate it. That will work.
True. Not that the stream condones that, but you're not wrong. Though if you ever want to just ruin an evening, there is a channel there's a channel called Behind the Bastards that talks about interesting people in history, and they read through one of Ben Shapiro's books.
Okay.
It is one of the worst pieces of fiction I have ever heard.
I didn't know the man could write.
Ghost
He
Writers, I'm
can't,
sure.
but he published it anyway.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, it is. It's the kind of book I would only read while high off my ass.
Yeah.
And I can currently not get high, so. But they were pretty entertaining reading through it.
Do we need to bring
Behind
out
the
Frank Tinkle
Bastards
again?
again, if anyone's curious.
Do we need to bring out Frank Tinkle again for a palate cleanser?
Do we need to get pounded in the butt by our own butts?
Oh, a tingle.
Yeah.
Oh, tingle, tingle. Yeah. I got a tingle, tingle.
Maybe when we're done with Matt for a palate cleanser.
3 minutes
something
in.
nice and
God, we're
sweet after
making
a
great
bitter
time.
shot.
It's the fact that he
This
can't
is
go 20
usual.
seconds without bullshit.
No,
Yeah,
well, it's also the amount of people. Like as Amber and Amber's noticed this first, definitely that it really depends on the amount of people you've got in the stream. The more people, the longer it takes to do anything, and that's just the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, let's see if we can make it 10 seconds.
Women's prisons. They identify as a woman. Look, you're going to trust some criminal that did some crime. You're going to trust them to tell you the truth about gender? Think about this.
That's not how it works.
Did Hovind immediately come to mind for anybody? Did Hovind asking for a friend?
I don't. Yeah, you might be thinking about him too much, Mark. We might need an intervention.
Maybe. Look, I just put up my stream up for tomorrow, so I'm locked in now to do a gamer stream as Hovind in my stuff. So
Did you see the two game suggestions I put in the side chat?
I did not actually. Hang on a second. How did I miss that?
How did you?
Oh yeah, Evolution. I played that before, and Spore. Yeah, nice.
Oh, Spore's great.
Yeah, that's.
I haven't played that in a while, but yeah.
You know, I always remember liking the stages no one else ever liked. I was a weird kid.
I've never played it. I've heard of it. I've never played it.
It's fun. But
Do you play games now? Are you a gamer girl? Gamer girl? Do we have a gamer girl?
I've played games. I can't currently call myself a gamer.
Oh, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just asking.
I hate that term. I hate the term gamer girl. Are you a gamer? That's where the question should end.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But
I mean, I do say I'm a gamer boy, so it doesn't, it's no big deal.
He
It's
was
always
a
just bothered me.
gamer boy, said see you later, boy.
I mean, just saying, hearing the phrase gamer boy just makes me think, I bet there's a certain video on a certain platform with that kind of title.
Really?
Like, it just sounds like it.
This. They want to go into women's locker rooms, women's bathrooms.
Ugh.
You talk about bigotry? That's
For crying out loud, Matt.
We asked for 10 seconds. Just please.
Okay, do we want to say something really quick about the bathroom thing, or do we want to just move on because we all know it's bullshit?
It's yeah.
Okay.
That's bigotry. They say you're bigoted. No.
Sorry, I don't think you can go 10 seconds without making a bigoted statement. I don't think that's fair. I don't.
true.
What is this definition of bigotry?
His mouth smoothing.
Yeah, probably.
No, I'm not bigoted for accepting people for what they are. I would be a bigot if I accepted people for what they're not, if I lied to people. We shouldn't lie to people. Don't buy into this game of literal charades. Look, if a guy puts on high heels and a skirt, it doesn't mean he's a woman.
How do you know
it
he's
means
a
he's
guy?
masquerading as a woman.
How do you know
he's
he's a guy?
counterfeit.
Most people think they've never met a trans person, and they actually have.
Yeah.
I can't say most people, but like, fuck ton of them.
No, you're probably right. I've met a lot of trans people that I did not clock. They only told me after they knew who I was. I was like, oh, I didn't even realize.
I mean, how many people have met like Stephanie Arden, Katie? Like it just, it's like I've never met a trans person. And I'm just looking at all these like young women who are being blasted on social media. Like this man wanted to play, women's sports, and I'm like, what man? What? Where? Like,
yeah, quit being an asshole.
No, unless you looked at their birth certificate. It's insane to me.
There are a few, I think 3 or 4 out there that are creating issues, but the vast majority of the trans people are just people.
Yeah. They're your local barista. They're, the girl that you sat next to in the bus stop.
Yeah.
Not every trans person is a Yaniv.
Seriously.
A what?
Just an idiot in Canada who went to beauticians to get his genitalia waxed by claiming that he was a woman, and then tried to sue them under. They did it more for because they're racist and they're a horrible person than they are anything else.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That sounds awful.
Oh, God.
Sadly, I'm not surprised someone would do something like that.
But they are a very, very small minority that people blow up and say, this is what they're all like. No, that person's a scumbag, but that's not what the majority are like. Would you say that everyone's a murderer because we got people in jail who committed murder?
Would you say every Christian is a total douchebag because Matt Powell exists?
Yeah.
Like every gay person is a douchebag because of Milo Yiannopoulos. So, yeah.
Yeah.
People.
Counterfeit. Bible says, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Look, we need to.
Look, it says them.
No, yeah, I'm gonna say this every time they bring this up. I'm like, yeah, I see male, female, and them. Like, so God created man, woman, and non-binary. Like, I see nothing wrong with this. Thanks, Matt.
And if he created us in his image, that means God would look great in a dress. Isn't that right, Ember?
I mean, I can't speak for God, but I mean, I feel
Ember,
good.
yeah.
Go ahead, Matt speaks for God all the time.
I mean, can Gabriel rock a dress?
I don't know. I'd have to. Okay, so the way Gabriel happened was on Amy Newman's show. Amy was kind kind of fed up with theists, but didn't really want to talk to atheists either. But the show wasn't done and said, now, if only a beautiful femboy would come on. And so I had Midjourney real quick make I actually typed in as the prompt femboy Jesus. And Gabriel's the face.
Oh, it's not.
Femboy Jesus and Gabriel is what popped up.
Yeah, I have a button to switch over. It only switched over the voice though. It's not doing the picture. But yeah, so yeah, I'd have to go back to that picture and have Midjourney zoom out to see what Gabriel's wearing.
Yeah, but it's Gabriel with a Y, not an I.
Nice.
Or is it Gay Briel?
That's what I said. It's Gabriel with a Y, not an I.
I guess my brain decided to put the Y somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it could have two Y's in it. Like, if you think about it.
There you go.
True.
Be Gabriel.
You need to be on the alert, folks. They are going after your kids with this. Drugs and alcohol. Does anybody want to guess what
3
this
seconds.
is? This is
3 seconds. It's just
Going after
3
your
seconds.
kids, says the guy who's going after your kids.
Right. Can't make it 3 seconds, can you, Matt?
Yeah, and I'm not sure you can be an associate of Kent Hovind while saying you're trying to protect children.
Ooh,
on multiple counts.
True, but ooh.
Now here's the
I
question:
like it.
which
Where's the lie?
incident was I referring to?
Right. I'm just saying though.
the oof is strong with this one.
This is a human's lung. Yeah, these are human lungs. Now, I understand we have people that smoke in this church. We do not judge them. We love them just the same. But this is what happens if you start getting addicted to cigarettes, folks. Your lung will turn to literal charcoal. What about alcohol?
Literal
People say it's so good.
He keeps
Not
saying that
charcoal.
word. I
Literal?
don't think it means what
Yeah.
he thinks it means.
Literal
No, I don't think so
charcoal.
either.
They get stained with tar, not charcoal. But whatever.
Thanks, Dr. Matt.
It's probably as close as he can hope to get.
I'm glad this
Wow.
is not a drinking stream. We'll be dead by now.
Oh my god. Well, I've already gone through 2 glasses of wine. Holy shit.
Good to have a drink. Alcohol is defined as a drug. Do you know what alcohol does? You know why people like it? Because when they drink it, your organs become numb. They become toxified.
Wrong.
It's not
Nobody
how
ever
that
tells it like-
works.
No,
Yeah.
that
This-
what
Oh
the?
my god.
Hmm?
Yeah, as soon as you take that one sip of alcohol, your organs just turn to
Shut
mush and
down.
fall right out of your body.
People drink it because they don't want to listen to you, Matt. That's why.
You
That's
think
a
that's
that's
what
a
it
solid
is?
point.
Is
Yeah.
he just tired of people like, he's talking to people and they just can't like stop taking shots?
Why does everyone keep getting drunk around me?
Like, some days I get home from work. I've driven 10 hours in a bus. I've had to deal with traffic. I had to deal with college kids and smokers, and I just want to sit down. And I want to have a little drink because it helps me relax. It's nice. That's true
Okay.
for a lot of people. It helps us keep our sanity from dealing with people like you, Matt.
But speaking of drugs, it reminds me I do have to take my medicine.
Cross-sectional study found people who had more than 14 drinks per week had an average of 1.6 reduction in the ratio of brain volume to skull size. Does anybody have more than 14 drinks per week? Every
Not
fucking week?
since I was like 20.
I mean,
Um,
I usually have a few drinks, like
Found
every week and a half or so.
Oh, hell, holy Gabriel. Gabriel.
Apparently, I turned my camera off because I was going to go get my medicine, and it's replaced my star
Suddenly-
background.
Suddenly, you are Gabriel.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
It like that. They show like people that are tough in sports, Budweiser, right? Well, look, alcohol is defined as a drug. It can be toxic and addictive. A lot of Christians will say alcohol is good for your stomach. Just drink a little bit of wine if you want to feel good. scientific paper here says alcohol irritates your gut. It destroys your stomach lining. What's the
You
bottom
know what
of
else
this say? It says the most
irritates your
effective way.
gut? Lemon juice.
I think excessive alcohol destroys your stomach lining, but he's acting like you have one drink and suddenly your stomach just falls out of your ass. You know, like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just alcohol though, right? Because alcohol is a drug, unlike sugar.
Well,
that was coffee.
Technically, it's
Sugar
the
is a drug.
ethanol in it that is the so but yeah, caffeine's a drug. There's a ton of things that are drugs. It's not the drug itself that's the problem. It's the behavior associated with it that's the problem. And if it's not a problem, then it's not a problem.
Well, what if God hates you?
Well, I'm not Matt Powell, so I don't have to worry.
I mean, just going from Google, because why not? Definition of a drug: a medicine or other substance which has a physiological effect when ingested or otherwise introduced to the body.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit!
Do you take Tylenol, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why sugar is also classified as a drug.
Yeah. Is he going to berate sugar? I mean, I kind of feel like ginger would fall into this category. Like, holy shit!
The majority of herbs and spices.
Right. That's what I'm saying,
majority.
though. I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't just call one out. But the majority of herbs and spices, would fit that definition.
Yeah, especially chili and other stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Spicy
we don't
peppers.
ingest aloe. Actually, don't ingest aloe. I'm pretty sure that's poisonous. But there's just a number of things that we take for medicinal purposes when tea. Holy shit.
I mean, I'm pretty sure aloe would fall under that as a salve.
Is religion a drug? There's a question.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, I think I remember reading a news story once about someone who used a Jesus figurine as a
way to treat and stop stomach aches is to what? Stop alcohol use. If you want to have a good stomach, don't do what these people that don't know anything about science say, which is ingest a bunch of alcohol. That's not going to help you. You need to stay away from that. The Bible says, what? Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Holy Ghost?
Are you no longer
which is
doing
in
the
you?
Sunday communion?
Well, that's Catholic. I was wondering if he was shooting a shot across the bow of the Catholics at this point in time.
But the Protestants, a lot of Protestants still do the communion as well.
Yeah, not Baptist though.
I keep forgetting he's a Baptist.
Yeah.
It would have been hilarious if he said, when he said, stop taking medical advice from people who know nothing about science, if the entire congregation just walked out.
That would have been awesome. I mean, there's just really any point here where they could have just walked out, honestly, though.
That's true.
Normally says Jen gives me a prolapsed rectum.
Sorry, what?
Nothing.
I'm right there with you.
Jedi says sugar is the devil's cocaine. I'm right there with you. I love me some sugar too.
Sydney says 9.8 seconds, so close.
John's got a stopwatch on us.
Okay, stop finding us seriously. It's just making me feel bad now.
So much pressure.
Look, it's Matt's fault, not ours. We can quit when we want.
Yeah.
Wait, anytime we what?
Which you have of God, and you're not your own. I want to talk for a moment about explicit images. This is something that also brings your ability to think down. If you are looking at explicit images, and our culture in America says to do this, okay? They say to look at explicit images and that it's good.
So,
is he talking porn now? Is that what he's talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Fun fact.
God. All right.
Access to porn has a demonstrable effect on violence.
Access
violence to porn? Plummets. Yeah.
Yeah, it reduces violence. Yeah.
Yeah, like when people have access to it, like easy access.
Yeah.
Violence rates take a complete nosedive. It's actually kind of
there might be lurking variables in there. Like for instance,
fair, but it's at least an interesting correlation.
Yeah, no, totally.
You have to have that release when you have like pent up sexual energy. I think oh god, one of the white supremacy groups tells like the Proud Boys are one of those. They tell their members not to relieve themselves because they need that aggression, store it up to release violently rather than in productive ways.
But yeah, you know,
porn can be your friend, kids. It's a healthy release.
Everything in moderation.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't let it overtake your life. But like, if it leads to a decrease in general crime, specifically sexual crime, which tends to decrease the number of, say, abortions that might be wanted in an area. Almost sounds like you could knock out a few things here, Matt.
Knocked out a few things.
You really did tee that one up, Doc. You can't.
I didn't mean to. I'm disappointed in multiple things.
You can't pray with both your hands if one hand is busy.
Where there's a will, there's a wang.
Good for you. Well, what does scientific articles show us? It says if you look at inappropriate images, it damages your dopamine reward system. So people think they're getting more pleasure by looking at more and more inappropriate
shit. Sorry.
Oh wait, the Daily Mail, is that his source?
No, he's talking about the neuroscience. It's a matter of they go into, again, excessive use of porn and self-gratification goes into the it's a quote mine, and that's what I was bitching about.
For a second, I was thinking like he was saying like the science and tech section of the Daily Mail was like evidence of non-right-wing propaganda.
Okay, Beamsy, you get another bonk.
Did you watch that?
Yes, I also watched their entire furry series. It was glorious.
Oh God. The entire I'm not kink shaming.
No, Meyer, it's something I linked in the chat.
I'm not looking at that.
Oh my!
Oh, for fuck's sake!
It's pretty freaking funny.
I'll take your word for it. I heard furry, and I'm not kink shaming. I'm not.
It's Warhammer versus furries. That's the easiest way of putting it.
Yeah,
we all believe you.
Like the big space marines in power armor committing a genocide on furries. It's fun. It's fun.
Hi, Mark.
Damages
how you
your
doing?
dopamine reward system.
I'm good.
So people think they're getting
Does
more
anyone
pleasure by looking at more and more.
Sorry.
Does anyone feel like I should send Maya the complete series of Furry Force?
No one thinks that. No one thinks that. But thank you for thinking of me. I feel so thought of.
Well, we are talking about porn, so
yeah. Got that part.
Okay, I'm going back to my naughty corner.
Beamsy, go lick your Bible or something.
More and more inappropriate images, you know what happens? They actually get less pleasure over time. It destroys your brain. The title of this paper is Viewing Inappropriate Images Shrinks the Brain. You want your brain to physically shrink? A lot of guys have told me, Matt, if you're a real man, you'd look on
physically shrink.
You'd fantasize about all sorts of different women. Look, that actually shrinks your brain. It's God's built-in judgment for sin. This is why our culture is in such a wreck today. I think about these rock concerts that
Wait.
people go through. And I know I might be stepping on some toes, but I'm just going to give you the facts. This is what's happening in America. We have, whenever I go to work, guys are always talking about how wonderful it was to go to such and such rock concert. Well, let's talk for a moment about rock and roll. Did you know we are biological organisms? Plants are biological organisms.
Really?
They put plants in a box.
Listen,
We
and
are
they
like
pumped rock and roll
plants.
music into the box. You know what happened to the plants? They died.
Okay.
This
So
No, that isn't true, actually. It doesn't matter what type of music it was.
wait. All right, let's just pretend it was true. Are we plants? Like, I mean,
Might
plants
be.
also don't eat. Like they
That might be a
turn.
fungus.
Okay.
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
cow could be
Checkmate,
a fungus.
Maya.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know whose bowels he crawled out of.
Ew.
Hovind's.
Well, no, that's where he wound up. We don't know where he came from.
That's true.
This tells me that it's not good to pump rock and roll music.
Wait a
They
minute.
put
Wait a minute.
rats
Like,
in a
did this
box.
actually happen though? Does anybody have any? I really need
I
to
think
know where he's getting
plants-
this from.
Plants definitely grow better with music, but I don't think it
Yeah, they
matters
do.
the type of music it is. I think that, yeah.
Plants do grow better with music, and I'm trying to figure out like where he's getting this information from. Like plants, like did somebody play rock and roll? And I'm trying to find this. Did you find this, Doc, or did you even?
I'm trying to find a source that isn't just from a mommy blog.
Yeah, the only one I
And I'm
found
not
so
having
far
much
is
luck
called
so far.
Smiling Gardener.
I found one from Quora. Not going there.
Well, I've got a Retilac experiment of 1973, but that's really old.
But also, plants like high nitrogen fertilizers, and those will kill us. So what plants like or don't like doesn't really indicate what's good for us.
Yeah, that was my point though. It's just like, well, yeah, even if it were true, wait, Dr. Singh, head of botany at Annamali University in India, studied plant reactions to classical and rock music. While listening to classical and Baroque music, plants grew 72% more leaves and they grew 20% faster. Plants which were exposed to rock music grew abnormally tall and died in 2 weeks.
I will be right back. I can still hear that.
Okay.
And
Plants which were exposed to
that was
classical and Baroque music ended up leaning towards the speakers instead of the light, and the closest plants began to wrap themselves around the speakers. So, where is this from now?
So this appears to be based upon Dorothy Retilac's experiments done in 1975, but there's 73. Sorry, there's been heavy criticism of it though. Apparently, that her methodology wasn't consistent enough to be fully scientific.
No shit.
She was also an eccentric lady with personal biases. She believed that plants were capable of ESP. And in one part of her sort of scientific study, she speculated the reason why plants didn't like heavy rock music was because of the lyrics. Critics have also pointed out. Right. Critics have also pointed out the styles of music that Relic said that plants like and dislike conform to our own musical tastes. So we've got a problem here where this study in 73, it wasn't really a completely unbiased scientific study. We can't seem to replicate her outcomes, and it seems to be more folklore than scientific basis. But of course, folklore is as good as science to Matt Powell, of course.
Well, yeah, because the Bible says sex, drugs, and rock and roll are bad. So,
right.
The closest I could ever find of an experiment was back this, but that's a separate matter.
Yeah, I found the quote, but I can't find anything that's
Oh yeah, back.
Oh, okay. So something out of Prime Scholars is like I don't know. I guess I'll put this in the thing, but conclusion: the sound
Beamsy, you
vibration
found a
methods.
Mythbusters episode on this?
Yeah, they did a full one back in 2006, and
on
they
this?
They found it to be plausible.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from the internet, at least. inconsistent and biased.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but I mean, I'm not a huge fan of rock music, but I mean, I don't really think that listening to rock music is going to stunt your growth.
Right,
Have you
no.
seen Bikers?
I mean, it was so funny. I had a job once, and this is, I understand, anecdotal, but I had to come in and clean out, like, clean up all the bad filing from like 3 people before me, and I was just like cussing every day, just like, why would they do this? It's so fucking stupid. You know how I do. Only sober is worse. My office mate said that she was like, I think that the plants like you bitching. It's like the most healthy I've seen them ever. I think they just like, I don't know, like, I don't know if it's like human speaking or what it is. I have no idea what it is, but I don't know. While I was moaning and bitching, she said her plants look insanely healthy, and I cuss a lot. So I don't know. I don't know how rock music could be worse than my sailor mouth.
Maybe you just have a very melodious cursing kind of thing. Maybe it's the plants that's just like a Mozart symphony.
Apparently, according to Matt Powell.
Yeah, according to Matt Powell, the scientific expert on the matter.
Well, I am kind of curious what else he has to say, because
nothing positive. Let's go.
Yeah, that's true.
In a maze, and with a maze they were all familiar with, and they tried navigating their way through the maze to Mozart, and guess what? Mozart helped them go right through the maze. They aced the maze.
What?
So when you hear hymns of the faith, you know what it's going to help you do?
He's talking about mice going through a maze.
No, I mean, I hear it. Mark.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a mouse in a maze.
It's a citation needed.
I'm not looking up any more of his bullshit. I'm just going to call bullshit on Mozart helping mice run through a maze.
Yeah, that's kind of fair. Like, it's getting kind of late. I am kind of in the mood for give citation or shut up.
Same.
Sounds like a good
I have
policy.
a button for that.
Yay.
It's going to help you ace your Christian life. It's going to help you think about the things that are above, not on things on the earth. But rats that were exposed to rock and roll, they couldn't make it through the maze that they knew. When you're listening to rock and roll music and you're going down the road, your inhibitions are going down. It's confusion. God is not the author of confusion. This is a scientific fact. Look,
have you read the Bible,
say,
Matt?
Well, this offends me, Brother Powell. I don't like this.
Okay, I know what I just said, but really quick, yeah, mammals are just very sensitive to sound. Like like all mammals are. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if it affected mice specifically.
Sure.
Like, it's more believable than a tomato plant.
I wouldn't be surprised if he found one study that backs up what he says that cannot be replicated. Again, I mean, this is why I tell people, like, you can't just cite one study. And this is why the scientific consensus is so important. Because you can find one study to confirm any opinion. Companies pay for that all the time.
Sure do.
Yeah, you want to look at the consensus of the field.
Exactly.
And even then, sometimes it's wrong. I mean, look at the amount of time we thought, like, because of the multiple studies done, that we thought cigarettes were, actually good for you, kind of thing.
Well, those were the studies that they were releasing. They had a lot of studies that they weren't releasing that said more studies actually that said the opposite. And we just let them get away with it.
Yeah. I mean, hashtag free the science. I don't know if that's an actual hashtag, but I want to make one.
Should be,
yeah.
These are scientific experiments. I'm just the messenger. Don't get mad at me for it. All right, look at this. It says mice that were exposed to heavy metal now.
Oh, for fuck's
What did they do? Instead of completing the maze, they killed each other.
They kill
Why is
each
that a
other.
Reddit post?
Each other.
Well, we were going to go up to death metal, but like they were already killing themselves at heavy.
But why is that a Reddit post? Why hasn't he actually got a proper article?
I'll give you one guess.
Because he actually knows that it's true and he has to express it to everyone?
Bad
Beamsy,
guess.
you failed the class.
I couldn't even do full sarcasm on that either.
Screw you, Matt.
And if you notice, some of the biggest shootings in the world have been at rock and roll concerts. Yet people want to tell me, let's bring a...
Fuck you, Matt. Have you noticed that some of the biggest shootings in the world have been at fucking elementary schools?
Have you noticed that a lot of mass shootings, like most mass shooters, are like dominant religion in the area?
There, that's better.
We're still not gonna call for any kind of like gun reform or any kind of
No,
Yeah,
we'd rather
no.
blame the heavy
No.
metal. That's going to solve everything.
yeah. If we can just stop listening to rock and heavy metal, nobody's gonna want to kill anyone anymore, and everyone will just want to be in church and pay Matt money.
Because nobody killed anybody in Mozart's day. Never happened at
Never
all.
happened.
Or because of religion.
I just looked up that today I learned, and I've just seen all of Matt's talking points.
Oh, of course. Oh, so he's a plagiarist.
I think they all are.
Who'd have thought?
I mean, like, because plagiarism includes misrepresenting studies, right? Like making a study and not representing the actual context. So I think all creationists are, if you sort of, include that under it.
I am shocked. Truly shocked. Well, maybe not that shocked.
So you're doing some reading. Apparently, one of the leading causes of mass shootings is racism, which interesting. Never would have guessed that.
No, you've read it wrong. It's heavy metal. You've read that wrong.
Clearly.
Professor Powell.
Sydney Raptor, we are 8 minutes into a 23-minute video. You are welcome.
Yeah,
Nothing makes me want to murder people more than hearing Ozzy's "Mama, I'm Coming Home," or "No More Tears."
But yeah, just to sum it up, I guess. Yeah, I had to do a report on mass shootings once for a school project.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not joking. Yeah, most of them are either caused by racist ideologies or conspiracy theorists, or the other major group is religiously motivated. They are hate crimes against religious institutions sometimes religious institutions, sometimes not, almost always by very heavily religious people who believe they are acting in the cause of their faith. It's a big chunk.
I'm sure everyone is just as shocked as I am.
My jaw is on the ceiling.
I really don't want to take some of these titles because they're disgusting. I'm just going through it and just going, no wonder this is where he gets his talking points from.
Where is it? Do you have it in the thingy?
Today I learned?
Yeah, and some of them. I think I found the bad today I learned because there's 3 options available.
Oh, I mean, I used to peruse it quite a bit. It wasn't that bad.
Today I learned transgenderism is the main cause of youth depression.
Okay, maybe they've changed.
That is
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, that's the least offensive one that I can see on my screen at the moment.
Correlation is not causation. I wish
Yeah.
people would understand that.
Yeah, for sure. Like of all the I was very, very depressed as a child.
And I'm
being
closing that,
trans was not even on the list of why.
Yeah, I'm closing that, and I'm not going to share that because it's just disgusting. It's just,
Yeah,
Right
I
wing
retract
talking
my former
points?
statement.
Yeah.
Maybe
Good call,
it's been a
Benji.
while
Good
since
call.
I've read it, or since I've been there. It has been a while, but
I see a
Bring a
ghost.
drum set into the church. Let's get the syncopated beat so we can reach all the young people. Look, that's not going to reach young people. That's just going to bring them in with worldly means. Look, we should bring them in with old-fashioned means, old-fashioned standards. Give me the old paths, the Bible says.
What?
That's what's going to help reach little kids and teenagers and even
Why?
adults. We should
Take
not
those
play the
old
music that
records
kills
off the
biological life.
shelf. I'm going to listen to them by myself.
Today's music ain't got that same soul. I like that old time of rock and roll. I fucking love that song.
That definitely predates you.
Sorry, Ember, did you not expect me to take the song from you?
Oh, yeah, it works. It's great. I was amused when the first time I heard that song was in my elementary school music class, and I was like, is he referring to his own music? Because that song is closer to the songs it's referring to as old-time rock and roll than it is to the present.
At least it's a good song.
It does have a bop to it, yeah.
Let's talk about men going their own way. Who's ever heard of this organization?
Oh, and then he goes
This
to
is growing
MGTOW.
in America, folks. We have to be aware of it. It's an organization that's after young men, and what it tells them is, you shouldn't get married.
I thought that
Just
was
too
started
hard.
for
We should just have different partners.
What was that?
Oh, I'm with Norm. That song makes
I
me
thought
want to
that was
slide across
Dinosaur
my wooden.
Adventureland.
Sorry. The song makes me want to slide across my wooden floor, only on white shirt and socks.
Isn't that a different song, though? It's taking care of business every day.
Isn't that the music video?
I don't know. I'm not that old.
You were saying something, Mark, too?
Oh, like an organization after young men. I thought that was Dinosaur Adventureland. That was my joke.
I thought it was the Catholic Church, but you know.
Well, that's true, yeah.
I mean, what's the difference?
Oof.
Partners, we should use women, but we shouldn't be committed to them. Okay, that's hate speech. To say you should use somebody but not provide for them. The Bible says, whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor of the Lord.
I mean, you use your followers and don't provide for them. You don't really have much ground to stand on here, Matt.
Yeah, you're right. It was old time rock.
Guess
and roll.
what? If you have the opportunity to get married, that's a wonderful thing. And I always hear this phrase. Who's ever heard the phrase, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? They are equating women to cows. Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about how hateful our culture has become? They think they're so loving, but that's the most hateful thing you could say. You're comparing someone you should love, someone you should be committed to, somebody you should provide for, to an animal, to a cow, like on a
He
farm.
equates them to sheep.
That's not what that means, and
even when Matt's right, he's still wrong.
but it's usually conservative people that are saying that because they're basically saying don't have sex before marriage, right? That's what they're usually saying. So it isn't the progressives that Matt is railing against saying that. It's the conservatives saying that. It's people like Matt that says that. What the hell?
What the deuce?
What the deuce?
Okay, now y'all are speaking a foreign language.
I mean, technically that's British.
So a
I
foreign
miss the old
language.
Stewie.
Stewie's cool.
Look, if you find a wife, you found a good thing. And the younger you get married, the more likely you are to stay together statistically.
No.
A lot of
No.
Ask Johnny Depp that question.
It's just statistically wrong.
I mean, well, he's factually wrong about everything he says, so it shouldn't be
Yeah.
a surprise. But yeah, if So 50% ish of marriages end in divorce, but marriages under the age of 25 are more like 80%.
Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And plus, like, if you found a wife, you found a good thing. Are you desperate, Matt? Are we, like, shouldn't you sort of judge whether you found a good thing by how good the marriage is?
I mean, sadly, he is married.
Yeah, I know, but
it's
I mean,
spawning.
you shouldn't just. It reminds me of Jesse Lee Peterson, who's like, you should stay in an abusive relationship because you're married, kind of thing. It's like, yeah, I don't think you really get
Traditional family values.
Right. Yeah, I don't get why if you found a marriage, it's automatically a good thing. That seems really weird to me.
I think it's in the Bible. So, therefore good. That's how that works.
Man, would Jesse Lee Peterson, would he qualify for a creation science theater run on him? Because he says basically the same crap they say.
Yeah, he would. He's a creationist, right?
Is he?
Why wouldn't he qualify? He definitely is.
He's a fucking nut. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Maybe.
A lot of guys say, well, it's too hard to have a committed relationship. Well, that's wimpish. Oh, it's just too hard. I can't provide. Don't be a coward. Stand up, lead, be a knight in shining armor. For crying
By the
out
way,
loud, this is just common sense.
somebody I debated who is like on Jesse's channel wanted to come onto my wanted to come onto my
oh God. Is he
my
from
channel.
Jesse's channel?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yeah, definitely.
Did not know that.
I managed
I
to
don't
call
follow
him a hater in
JOP.
the debate.
I happened upon Hake when I was modding one day. Horrible human being.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I don't say. Yeah, maybe if I can stomach his crap, maybe I'll cover him soon. We'll see.
Be committed. Commitment is heroic. Non-commitment is cowardice. You're being a coward if you're not going to be committed to a woman. They say, oh, I just want to live to get with as many women as I can. Do you know what? They have to live with that. They have hopes and dreams. Many girls, they grow up thinking, I want to find a knight in shining armor that'll take care of me, that'll be committed to me. How dare you step on their dreams? How dare you step on their hopes of finding a good man, a godly man that will take care of them and pay them?
Well, they can find another man. Not everyone's the same, Matthew.
Some
Do you want a good man or a godly man?
Some of us just want to be sluts. Like, sometimes, you're in college and you don't have time for a man right now. And, you have the conversation and you're on the same page. It's like, you're Mr. Right now. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to marry everybody you sleep with.
No, but that's satanic and awful.
Yeah. Bad Maya. Bad.
Terrible.
Ave Satanas.
Demons are a girl's best friend.
Pay their bills. And feminism. Let's talk about feminism. They say, well, we don't need men. This is what this creates. When we don't take God's path, this is what happens. When we're not thankful for what the word of God and what God's given us, this is what happens. We have feminism. But what does the Bible say? It says that the younger women marry, bear children, and guide the house. Give notification to the adversary to speak reproachfully.
I just want to remind everybody that feminism is for the equality of the sexes. So if you're not for the equality of the sexes, you're either misogynist or what's the women haters?
That's misogynist.
Misogynist.
Yeah. No. The women that hate men.
Misandrist.
Misandrist. Yeah, you're either misogynist or misandrist. Or a bigot is what we call bigots. Or you could also be a TERF or a TERB, which, trans exclusionary radical bigots, because they're not feminist. And I'll die on that hill. Now, define need, because I'm never, say never. I don't currently, and I hope to never have to need a man. If a man is in my life, I want him in my life. And I don't understand why that is such a negative thing to Christian men. I feel like that should be better. Like, you don't need to be here. I want you.
Well, I think when we're talking about need, we all need things like affection and sort of self-worth, and that part of that comes from sort of others valuing us and things like that. That's the kind of thing we need. But I don't think whether it comes from a man or a woman is particularly relevant.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he's just about to rail against, lesbianism, basically. Oh, they think they don't need a man. It's like, well, they don't.
Oh, wow. Are you psychic, Mark?
Oh, am I?
Prophecy!
Look at that. Well,
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Not to my knowledge, but hey, I'm willing to take donations to Psychic Mark's call line. Are you an Aquarius or a Pisces? Find out now. You can probably figure that out for yourself, but shh, don't tell anybody.
Pay me $5. I'll find out for you.
Yes.
Notice these words. For some are already turned aside after Satan. People that don't get married, a lot of times, a lot of young girls that don't get married, they end up getting with the wrong guy. They get outside of church, they get with the wrong guy. And the Bible says they're turned aside unto Satan. You should, as a young woman, you should be praying that God would bring that man into your life, that would protect you, provide for you. The culture is misogynistic. The culture says use each other and throw each other away.
Actually, the younger girls are the ones that are most likely to find the wrong guy, according to marriage rates. The older you get, the more likely you are to stay married. And actually also non-believers have higher marriage rates than believers, just AJS.
That just means that Satan's at work.
They also have a far higher divorce rate too.
No, yeah, that's what I said. Non-believers are more likely to stay married than believers of any faith, and they're also more likely to get married later. So, I mean, it just, I don't know. I don't know what it is that God wants, but being in a religion and married younger is most likely to land you in divorce court. So I don't know. Evidence is not on that side here.
Maybe that's why Ken Hovind had to go through it, so he could speak from experience and authority now.
4 times.
There you go.
He needs to learn his lesson a lot.
Is it bad for me to say I'm just waiting to hear the next divorce announcement? It's like we all know it's coming.
But they sing together on their illegal show thing.
Wait, why is it illegal?
Because it's not illegal per se. It's because he's evading a ban, which is also bannable.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't they close this other thing down then? I don't get it if he's evading a ban.
Because YouTube's a massive platform and they don't care about small channels.
It's more an aspect of a loophole because it's not his channel. It's his ministry's channel. So it's kind of a loophole.
It's not his money, it's the ministry's money, so the IRS can't touch it. I gotcha. I see how this works.
Yeah, he's doing his same old tricks, just with a new government that can't put him in jail. Well, I mean, they could take him to court, but it's an abstraction, I guess.
In most people's point of view, it is a ban evasion, and it should be treated as such. But in the actual terminology of it, it's not quite a ban evasion, so it's in a gray area. So,
yeah. No, I get you. It's just, it's really disappointing.
Yeah. I don't expect much better from YouTube, but Yeah.
It's not just YouTube; it's also the DRCMA. It's not really written for
Oh.
modern applications. It comes down to who actually owns that channel, and can you prove that Kent owns that channel?
Probably not legally.
That's the problem, because yes, he owns the ministry. Yes, he's involved with the ministry. Yes, he is in a lot of the uploads.
He's in
but
every one of the uploads. It's not just
Yeah, sometimes they have another guy speaking.
But it's not a matter. Yeah, but it's not a matter of just because it has all that. Does that show that he owns that channel? We all know that he does, but it's a matter of, can you legally prove it? The answer is no.
Can you prove it's not someone in his church recording him and uploading the recording?
Yeah,
Something
that's
to that
why
effect.
that's a gray area. We would say yes, legally. Can you prove it? That's the important thing.
Well, he'll hopefully get caught eventually. Then fade into all irrelevancy.
You just basically need him
away.
to.
The Bible says.
You'd basically just need to get a recording of him on YouTube admitting that it is his channel.
Or wait him out because he's going to be himself, and then that channel will be shut down too.
Probably.
Yeah.
True.
Paul says, I will never leave or forsake thee. I'll always love you. I'll stand for you. I'll stand behind you. I'll help you with everything. I'll help you with your finances. You don't want to be a sole provider for your little kids if you're a lady. You don't want to do that. That means you got to put them in daycare. You got to have all those payments. Then when you get home, a lot of these ladies, they don't have enough to survive. They end up going bankrupt, and some of them literally turn to harlotry. It's literally so sad. I've seen it over and over and over again. And why? Because they didn't follow what Jesus said. Because they didn't follow what God said. People always say, Mr. Powell, why would I want to follow a book with a bunch of rules? It's not about the rules.
Nobody says that.
Look, rules are actually what protect you. What sport doesn't have rules?
But also, why did he do kind of like I want to say a feminine Kent Hovind voice there?
Yeah. It was very Hovindish. I was about to say that. It was very Hovindish.
But I mean, okay, most people don't want to be single parents. Like, I don't know a lot. It's usually a last resort. I mean, I guess there's some Paula Poundstone types, but I mean, when we're talking like overwhelmingly, it's like a bad, there was a bad situation, where, a parent died, or the, community is over policed, and, now they're in jail, or, I don't know.
Or they started dating someone they thought was nice and then turned out to be a horrible person.
Yeah, or you dated your high school sweetheart and got married too young, and didn't know that this wasn't the person that you wanted to be with together forever, because like, how the fuck could you? And so now here you are at 25 and divorced and trying to feed this family that your pastor told you should have 7 years ago against your better judgment. And, so here you are. Like, this is insane to me. Just get married and then God will work out the rest. Like,
it doesn't matter who you marry, right? It doesn't matter at all. Just anybody.
Yeah. Just find a man.
Well, the parents
or
of
a woman.
Yeah,
get
well,
married.
The parents of the kids that I was talking about before, that I'm the genetic parent of, they're still together after 22 years.
Oh.
Well, sorry, one is 26, 3 of them are 22. One is nearly 30 years together, and one is 19 years together.
Huh.
Yeah, nobody said there was 100% divorce rate, but I mean, 80 is pretty fucking bad.
They can't get married because the laws over in France and Netherlands are a bit weird.
Damn laws.
They have a civil union, but they cannot get married.
Huh. I thought the Netherlands was like really progressive on like social issues like that.
It's more of a language thing than it, so it's very difficult to explain. They don't actually classify a marriage unless it's going through the church.
Oh.
Ah, yes, yes. We had a similar dust up here in the U.S. for a while, because there were some churches that were performing civil unions but calling it a marriage because they didn't really care about the gender nonsense, and then there were other people who were like, "Oh, well, you can't get married if it's not in a church." But then the people who got married by judges were pissed off about that, and it was a bunch of nonsense.
The way they went around it is they basically classified marriage as a civil union, so civil union is a higher aspect than marriage, and that way, whether you're in a marriage or a civil union, you still got the same legal protections.
Mm.
So it's basically, yeah, you can call it marriage. This isn't a marriage. Whatever. You can have your bitch.
Yeah, I personally think we should have done something like that, where, like, just say marriage is a religious institution, but when you get married, you can also get a civil union for the legal stuff, and then other people can have civil union. And then the bigots could have kept their stupid word, and everything would have been fine.
Yeah,
that's what the problem is. In English, like, there's so much legislation tied to the word marriage, like people being in a marriage, that it's very, very difficult to sort of just go, well, we're not going to use that word anymore, because we would have to change a ton of legislation around it.
That's what they did in the Netherlands, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. United Kingdom did a little different because they legalized homosexual marriages, but it's a language thing. That's why it's difficult to explain for some people.
Yeah.
I mean,
and in news, the Catholic Church has now allowed their priests to bless gay marriages.
I was wondering when that was going to go through.
Just recently?
Yeah. Just recently.
Yeah, it was like in the last 24 hours. I touched on that on my show earlier.
Oh,
Naturally,
shoot.
Fox News is already pissed.
Oh, of course, but about
I'm all
time.
for it.
But at the same time, hooray!
So
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's something. We're not going to stop priests from touching altar boys, but hey, the gays, huh?
Oh yeah, that was another story I touched on too. There's a archbishop in New Orleans, the diocese there, who spent the last several years selling off huge amounts of church property and or filing bankruptcy because they have so many abuse victims. Let's not, stop hurting them. In fact, his hobby, the same archbishop, his hobby was trying to get convicted priests out of prison sooner. So we're not trying to stop the abuse. We're just trying to deal with paying off the penalties of the abuse.
I guess one micro step at a time.
Or damage control on their image, which the Catholic Church has been known to do in the past as well.
Sorry, I've got to go AFK for a bit. I've got some guests that want their afternoon dinner.
Yeah, sure. Mate.
Fair enough. Let's try to shoot through some of this.
Good luck.
What sport out there? Can you imagine basketball with no rules? Somebody said, I'm so glad. Somebody left our church once. Not this church, but another church I was at. He said, I'm so glad we've escaped organized religion. What do you want, a disorganized religion? Disorganized world where everything is...
Or
was it Jesus who said
religion.
You should worship in private in your home?
Sermon on the Mount. If you worship in public, you're a fucking hypocrite and Jesus hates you. That's not even hyperbole.
Decently and in order. That's what the Bible actually says. Let's talk about abortion. In Ohio, and I'm sure some of you guys have seen it, some girls were cheering because they had the abortion laws get passed that they can abort their babies. They're like, oh, yay. Some of them were crying even because they really have been tricked into thinking these aren't humans. And the saddest thing is that a lot of these abortion advocates, they'll get a dog. Dog will last a few years, it dies. They're heartbroken. They think that animal life is better than human life or equivalent to human life because we are animals, which we're not.
We are, but also, I mean, there's personality ranges, right? Like, you know, some humans are good, some humans are Matt Powell, some dogs are good boys, some dogs are, well, they're still good boys. So yeah, the range of personalities definitely leans heavy dogward.
Well, it's just like no one is denying that a human fetus is a human fetus. However, a human fetus is not equivalent to the life and liberty of the mother or whoever is carrying the child. Not even god damn. I hate this. I hate this. Not carrying the fetus. It is not a child yet. Okay? It is technically speaking a human life, but not really.
You know, in English, we technically don't have a valid dedicated word for offspring like that. Like, kid is borrowed from farmers. It's a reference to goats and such. Child has a specific meaning. We haven't used it this way in centuries, but it's technically the firstborn male offspring of a landed noble or knight. As the poem "Child Roland to the Dark Tower Came," that kind of thing. It's like a person on a quest to become more ennobled or some bullshit like that.
Like squire kind of thing?
Kind of, sorta. Although squire itself is actually a land-bearing title.
Yes, yep.
Didn't know they were land bearing.
Yeah, feudalism.
But yeah, and like, I mean, people caring about dogs more than people. Yeah,
That's not
yeah, some
unusual.
people. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah,
Especially
but
dogs
and
are
not,
nice.
but not their. You know, it's so funny. Like, I have a lot of family in the South, and they always talk about like the way they talk about the way the Black Southerners talk about Black people. I mean, white Southerners talk about Black people as opposed to their pets. And they will, I mean, just gush about like, you know, oh, you know, my pet did this, or my pet is lost, or, you know, oh, how could you treat a pet, you know, a dog this way? But when it comes to Black people, I mean, it noticeable steps below the pet. It's just, I don't know. When I heard him say this, like, I keep thinking of these stories of like the last one was my mom who was in she was in one office, and she went over to another department for a whole week to help them because they were about to go up against the audit. They were so far behind, they needed help. And so at the end of the week, they were on track, had a pizza party, seriously, this happened last year in Arizona, made the Black workers stay behind while the white workers ate the food first. They got to eat what the white workers, after all the white workers decided what they wanted, then the Black workers got to eat, which is like, when we're talking about, I mean, probably in a department of 15, there were maybe like 4 Black workers.
Huh.
That's insane.
And I mean, just like stuff like this. And then, so the Black workers are like, no, we're not going to take your like leftovers. Like, we'll just buy our own lunch. And they like look perplexed. Like, what do you mean? Like, you should be happy to eat after us. It's just weird.
When did this happen?
Last summer.
That's insane. Why would they not? That's
the people. Yeah, the Black workers were the ones that came from the other department to help them out. All but one of them. And yeah,
really
you would think that they should be first. Like, if we're not just doing first come, first serve, then they should be first. If we're lining people up. No, you were born to the wrong color vagina. So back of the line, darky.
Huh.
And no one murdered them?
Like, no one spoke up about that?
They couldn't, like, when they walked out, they couldn't understand what their problem was. Yeah. So perplexed.
Huh. Like, even like someone from rural Iowa, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't believe you because we solved racism. That's been done. So,
Right.
you know,
We had a black
that couldn't have
president.
happened, right?
We're in a
Yeah.
post-racial society.
I'm just saying, like, I'm from a pretty backwoods, backwater place, and
But
I'm
isn't
not
the
even sure
South?
that'd be happen. Not
I don't know what to tell you
technically.
about it. Okay, fair enough. I don't know what to tell you. That was weird to me too. She was incensed. Like, she talked about it for a solid half hour before I calmed her down and we could move on to anything else. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, people do like their pets better than they like other people. I don't know necessarily it's their unborn babies, because they are saying that they'd rather choose to keep them, but they can't afford to. And, you know, rather than strengthening living wages or providing social supports, you'd rather punish and berate. So yeah, there's that.
Not. The Bible says we're created in the image of God. We're not animals. But let me say, they are missing out on a wonderful blessing. When I had just married my wife, I kid you not, and I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I thought, because I had heard from the media that having children is such a hard thing. You don't want to have kids? Are you crazy? I even thought, do I really want to have kids? Then I had children. And I would never want to go back. It's the greatest blessing that I've ever had. The Bible says, blessed is the fruit of the womb. The fruit of the womb is his reward. Blessed is the man that hath his quiver full of children. Look, your dog Clifford, it can't change the next generation. It can't keep us from having population collapse, which is what we're going through, because people aren't having kids. It can't change the world. But you know what can change the world? If we raise up a child the way he should go, so when he's old, he won't depart from it.
Or if we raise up
raise
wages.
up our children for Jesus.
That will also help the world.
If we brainwash our children hard enough, it'll fix everything. Let's not fix anything.
Yeah, let's just keep people impoverished and preach at them, and all will be better.
Sorry about that. I have guests every 4 o'clock that demand their meals.
Are these cats, or have you trained the local birds?
I have a flock of cockatoos and a flock of rainbow lorikeets that come through, a family of magpies.
Oh, I love rainbow lorikeets.
Yeah, these are the red banded ones. You know, the ones with the light green and the dark green, red banding on the back of the neck. I've got a whole.
Wait, you got the cat off your feet long enough to feed other things?
Oh, she's right next to me at the moment, laying on the microphone. And I've also got 6 blue-winged kookaburras and 3 common kookaburras that come through for pieces of steak.
A kookaburra? God, I haven't heard about those.
Oh.
Wait, are those are Australian?
Kookaburras?
Yeah, very.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
Australian.
Are they carnivores or omnivores?
Carnivores.
Carnivores. They're kingfishers.
They're kingfishers.
Basically. Yeah.
I thought they were herbivores for some reason.
No, they're kingfishers. Fish, snakes, basically anything that moves, they have a chance for. On
I did
left-handed,
not know that.
do not get one ever.
Huh?
Left-handed Jedi wants a blue ring octopus as a pet. No.
Oh, no.
No.
What's wrong with those?
If you
blue ring
suck up
octopus,
absurdly
one guy
poisonous.
once said, a blue ring octopus bites you, you don't make it to the phone to call somebody.
Wow. Okay.
They are so poisonous. Venomous,
Look,
sorry. They're so venomous.
It is a tiny, adorable thing living in Australia. It'll kill you before you make it to the beach.
Oh, yes, of course. If it's from Australia, you die.
And there is no anti-venom. It's a tetrotoxin. It literally gets all your nerves just to shut down. Yeah, if one bites you, you've got a very low chance, unless they can get you onto a ventilator very, very quickly until the toxins pass from your system.
So pretty much it's got to like sting you on the operating table.
Well, I heard about a guy out in a boat on the ocean that got bitten by a blue ring, and he basically just chopped his finger off.
Oh.
And saved his
Yeah,
life.
probably. Yeah, that's a good bet. And yeah, here it is. It's adorable.
Oh, yeah.
And absurdly venomous. Because of course it is.
So does Jedi have like a bunch of enemies?
There's actually 5 different species of them, and some of them are worse than others. But they look so impressive with their blue rings when they're angry.
And that means they're mad. Yeah, it means they're very, very mad.
Oh, when they have they turn blue when they're mad?
Yeah, you only see the rings when they're agitated.
Ah.
Oh, I know something else you Aussies have in your waters.
Box jellyfish?
No, look at Irukandji. Look at Irukandjis.
Look at what?
Irukandji.
Irukandji?
It's a Japanese.
What'd you call me?
How do you spell that? Listen, I speak English, not Australian. How do you spell that?
I'm fighting for the keyboard.
Oh,
That's
wow.
how.
I just went with random Japanese spelling and I wasn't... Oh, is it Japanese?
No, it's actually Native Australian.
Okay,
course
it
it's
just
Yes,
looks
though.
like it should be a Japanese word. Okay.
Oh, no, you're right. No, that's a different one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, look how small the little bastards are, and they're more dangerous than a box jellyfish.
Damn. Do they like swarm you, or are they just like super fucking toxic?
They're super fucking toxic, and they swarm you.
Oh, good. I'm glad we're covering all the bases.
Yeah.
Don't you also have man-o-wars?
Yeah, man-o-wars aren't that bad, but one Irukandji can kill you, but they usually swarm. So
I wonder if there's a tier list out there of just deadly Australian wildlife.
Probably.
We'll be here for a while.
That's a thing that needs to happen.
Lots of people do lists, but they always die investigating it. So, you know.
For science.
For science, yeah.
Why do you think we don't have people to go out there and show, this is what it's like to be bitten by this?
What
Well,
do you
we
know?
did.
Yeah, deadly Australian animals tier list. This one's already tiered up, but it's here.
There's
Wait, why is an emu in this S? Is that just because of the emu war?
The emu
No. It's
Is that a
because
quagga?
S stands for sexy time.
Well, they've got the drop bear there at triple S plus. But
Like, what-
that's
This is a quagga, right? Why is it? An
they're
A?
adorable, and
It's
grey
a
nurse
quokka.
sharks are
Quokka.
completely harmless.
Well, that's a sand tiger. That's not a
No,
nurse
that's
shark.
that's a grey nurse.
Pretty sure that's a sand tiger.
No, it's a grey nurse. You can see by the pointed teeth and the open mouth.
That's what sand tigers look. They were rated? Sorry, just look this up. That you know what a sand tiger shark looks like?
John's calling us names.
Yeah, okay. So here's your gray nurse shark. And here's what I call a sand tiger.
Oh, look, a grey nurse.
Is it just the same fish?
It's a nurse. It's a nurse. That's what the thing is. The reason they're called sand tigers is because they can actually sleep on the bottom, whereas in actual tiger sharks can't. You've got a division between the sharks. There are ones that can actually pump water across the gills, which the nurse sharks evolved there, which is your sand tiger and grey nurse. And then you've got things like the tiger shark, the hammerhead, the mako, they cannot pump water across their gills, and they have to continuously swim or they drown.
Huh. I guess I've just never heard of gray nurse shark. Like, when I think of nurse sharks, I think of a very different shark.
They're referred to as sand tiger shark, grey nurse shark, spotted ragged tooth shark, blue nurse sand tiger. That's where...
Yeah, this is what I think of when I hear nurse shark.
Yeah, fucking overgrown
Like,
catfish.
I think they eat shellfish.
Mm.
They live at the... They just lay on the bottom of the ocean all day.
But just
I'm
look
not
at
too
tiger...
concerned about grey nurses, to be honest with you. It's like the bull shark and definitely the great white is just the amount of fatalities compared to the other sharks is just astounding.
If you actually look up tiger shark, and then you'll understand why they're called tiger shark.
Oh, I know tiger sharks.
That's why they don't...
I've been obsessed with sharks for years. I just never heard that specific shark called that.
Are kangaroos on that list twice?
Other ones
Different
probably
kangaroo.
wallabies.
Yeah, that's why in Australia you'll hear them as either the grey nurse or the ragged tooth shark. That's the two names you'll hear within Australia. Because you don't want to confuse one of those with a tiger shark or a bull shark.
Let's see. I think for sharks for fatalities, it's number 1 is bull shark. Then I think tiger and then great white.
Yeah.
Great white's got to be at the bottom of any list you make because there's like 7 fatalities worldwide a year.
Because most great whites aren't actually going to bite you to eat you, whereas if a bull shark or a tiger shark go after you, they want you to eat you.
Well, okay, not exactly. Bull sharks will just attack anything that frickin' moves. They're hyper aggressive. Tiger sharks will just eat anything.
They've been found with number plates in their digestive tract.
They've been found with cages with chickens inside. And tires.
One's red and one's grey. Gotcha.
Like there's...
Yeah, that's not a very good tier list. It's more of a joke.
Yeah.
Like the blue-tongued skink there has no poison or venom at all. They're a lot of fun. And then you've got your kookaburra on there, which are completely fun. The worst you can expect from them is a nip if you get them too friendly.
Aggressive hugs.
Oh, no. If you get to the point in which they're feeding them, and make sure you don't feed them all the time, they get shitty with you if you don't feed them all the time, so they might give you a nip on the finger because, oi, where's my food?
Fair enough. Cats do that.
Oh, right. I think I remember reading somewhere that a tiger shark ate like part of a suit of armor.
Yeah, if you look up some of the stuff they've pulled out of tiger shark stomachs, it just... What the hell? Yeah, but the top ones...
will eat anything.
Yeah, literally. And the top ones in that tier list are just a joke. The emu is there because of the Emu Wars. The crocodile because everyone hates crocodiles and Crocodile Dundee. Stingray because of Steve Irwin. And the dingo ate my baby.
That all checks out.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, crocodiles are dangerous.
Yeah, but that's why those 4 particular ones are on S tier. Because these are all a joke.
Wait, where do I...
Yeah, it's easy to tell that they're all a bit of a joke.
Okay, it's not letting me do it, but meh. Oh, that was a fun tangent. You live in a insane place.
Hey, if you want a
nice
American,
right?
Look,
we
mine
only
is
have to fear the
insane
wildlife.
politically, not wildlifey.
I
Yeah,
would
I'd
prefer to
rather
have dangerous.
wildlife than Trump, to be honest with you.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
The
Fair
wildlife
point.
are much nicer and less dangerous to my livings than some of your politicians.
Hmm. I'd rather deal with
agree.
drop bears than Proud Boys.
Yeah, right on.
Fair. But also, to be fair, I could move to other places that have similar politics to Australia and not the obscene wildlife.
Sydney, you ruined my joke.
What was your joke?
Have a look what Sydney Raptor just said.
The funnel web spider?
Particularly the Sydney funnel web. Look up
Is the Sydney
female.
funnel web different from the regular funnel web?
Yes, especially the female. Look at the female Sydney funnel web spider.
I can do you one better. How's that?
That's a huntsman.
Yeah, huntsmen are cool. I like huntsmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want them in my earphones.
Yeah, but these ones can
They're
also get into
fine.
your earphones, but you'll understand why I'm saying that when you see one. Because you can barely see the fangs on that one. Have a look at the Sydney funnel web for the female.
Oh, right. They have huge fangs.
Yeah.
Like, aren't these what most horror movie spiders are based on?
Yeah, that's why I was skeptical, because Bree did a show about horrible monster creatures recently, and I'm pretty sure these were on it. It's like a dude reached into a pipe without looking and felt a bite and pulled his hand out, and there was a funnel web, and he had like 20 minutes, and they had to cut his hand off or some fucking crazy shit. Like, it's like, yeah, you're dead now.
And then there are redback spiders, and that's why we have songs redbacks on the outhouse.
Yeah, but redbacks aren't too bad. They won't kill you. They just make you really sick. They might kill a child, though, or a dog or something a bit smaller body mass, but they're not too bad.
Hmm.
All right.
But the huntsmen are good because they'll kill more dangerous spiders in your house. They're actually, they prey on other spiders, which is great, like whitetails or redbacks and stuff like that.
I think I said I would give you 2 hours. I gave you 5.
Because you are a generous god. You are a generous god.
I am.
How about
yes.
how about 2 times speed and we'll just blitz this?
I don't know.
I don't think
like,
that's going to happen. I have doubts.
He makes so many, like, it's like every other word is bad. But I'll listen to the chat as I'm getting ready for bed. Got to go to bed. All right, so I'll see you later.
Well, thanks for joining us. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right, yeah, let's kill this thing.
All right, now I'm
We
the
tell them
4th
about
prettiest
Jesus.
person on
You
the
think
street.
about all these people that are going after the kids with transgenderism and evolution theory, Darwinism, magic that the world created itself. All this nonsense that are going after our kids. We don't have time to sit on the couch and watch TV. We need to spend more time in the Word of God with our kids and saying, this is the truth. Because
yes, lying to your children is a great
dads
plan.
many times are watching TV. Little kids are watching YouTube channels of atheists that are telling them, your church is a lie. It's all a myth. Christianity's false. It's misogynistic. It's homophobic. It's blah, 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 blah. They go down the line with all these lies about...
You are living proof it is all of those things.
And I might add, there's no better way to get kids to watch this stuff than tell them they can't do it. Like...
I know. Exhibit A. We rest our case.
Yeah.
About Christianity. We need to step up. What's the most famous abortion argument? Let's just real quickly go through this real fast. My body, my choice. Who's ever heard that? Did you know that the DNA of a child is separate from the mother and father? It's a completely unique DNA. That means it's not your body.
Oh, did you know?
Scientifically, my body.
Okay. Matt, your pinky toe can have a different DNA than your rest of your body.
Oh, that's right. Chimeras.
You beat me to it. Yeah, chimera.
Ha-ha. Yeah. So a chimera should get multiple social security numbers and be able to vote multiple times because they're multiple different people, according to Matt.
Yeah.
If
And
you take
it's more common than you think.
If you take a mouth swab, can't think of a polite word, a sperm sample as well as a blood sample, and run all three of them, you could come back with your 3 different people.
Yeah.
And it has happened.
There's a woman in the U.S. here. It was years ago. It was back when John Stossel was still with 2020, but she lost custody of her kids because they did a mouth sample of her DNA, and it showed that she wasn't the mother of her children, even though
she gave birth to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, genetics are weird.
My body, my choice is not true. They say, well, since babies don't have consciousness, therefore we can kill them. Well, I know of a lot of people that lack consciousness. I know of people in hospitals that are on ventilators that aren't conscious. Do we have the right to go kill them?
Yeah.
You guys ever thought of that?
We do.
Do we have the right to go
putting
kill
them out
people
of
that
their
are in a
suffering is
coma?
a good idea sometimes, Matt. Yes.
Isn't mercy like one of the values of Christianity?
Apparently
And what about
so.
the ones that have DNR on them?
Yeah.
They can't make the conscious choice at the time, but they've put DNR, so do you respect their choice, or do you force them into what you want to do?
No, I know what Matt Powell's answer would be.
Yeah, but
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've already gone through this one with the last video.
Can we put Matt Powell in a coma? It might make him smarter.
I swear he already...
They're not conscious.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah, he would classify as a coma because there's barely any brain activity going on.
Yeah.
You guys ever thought of that? Do we have the right to go kill people that are in a coma? They're not conscious. Are you kidding me? That's not an argument to murder a baby. They say, well, they're inside the womb, so they're not human yet. Look, I'm the same person whether I'm in a car, whether I'm in a building, whether I'm in my mother's womb. The location of where I am doesn't determine what I am. Just because a baby is inside the womb doesn't mean it's not human. It's a baby inside the womb, it's a baby outside the womb. This is logic. And our world has become illogical. Some people say it makes life better for women to have an abortion. Oh, really? I've noticed that women who have children are happy. What's the first thing everybody says when somebody has a child born? Congratulations. Why? Because it's a big deal to have a child.
That's
The most
one thing I
powerful
don't
argument
get.
against abortion.
There's a huge,
Postnatal
massive...
depression.
No,
just
there's
isn't
and there's this huge, massive double standard. Whenever a woman is pregnant, you would want to rub her belly and go, congratulations. Where's the social inference to come up to the guy and pat his balls and go, good job?
You know, BMZ, I thought you were going to say something stupid, but you have completely floored me.
I did say something completely stupid.
Oh, Pandora's got a good comment.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Oh, come on, but it is a massive double standard.
You're not wrong.
You may think, I don't need a man.
Is it in your case, BMZ? I'm starting to suspect it's not.
I don't need a woman. Really?
We won't go down that rabbit hole.
Look at what God made. Look at what God made. This is the most powerful argument against abortion. Women have superpowers. Literally, to be able to have a child inside of your body, another human, to be able to take that human outside of your body is amazing. That's a superpower.
It's a pretty outstanding feat of evolution.
Literally a superpower. He does not know what literally means. He has no idea what literally means.
Yeah. Trying to think of a smartass remark that used the word literally, but I am getting tired.
He literally doesn't know what
it's a
literal
wonderful
means.
thing. Don't let the media tell you that it's not. Be thankful for life. The Bible says, "For thou hast possessed my reins, thou hast covered me in my mother's womb." Black Lives Matter. Racism. We're getting right towards the end here. This is one of the last topics. Bible says there's no difference
Praise
between
Jeebus.
the Jew and the Greek. For the same Lord over all is rich unto all that call upon him. Look, in church we sing, Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white. They're all precious in his sight. Did you know the Bible?
You know, I wonder if other Baptists might disagree with you on that, Matt. Some very vocal Baptists.
And
some of which
this-
might be in your church even now.
And
They
it's one of the
did seem
reasons.
enthusiastic.
It's one of the reasons why I refuse to call myself an ally. It's a matter of your behavior, not what you're saying, that's the important part. And his behavior says that he doesn't like the colors.
He doesn't seem to like a lot of things that aren't like him.
Yeah.
The Bible says we're all of one blood.
Wait, maybe that's why he loves to argue against abortion, because he wants to advocate for his fellow baby faces.
Maybe.
So it's not that the black man and the white man and the red man all had different primate ancestors and that we evolved out of Africa.
Anyone else
Means
feeling
we were created
uncomfortable
by God, and
that
we all
he's saying red faces? Like anybody else sort of
A
uncomfortable?
lot of things he's saying are making me uncomfortable.
little bit.
Okay, just checking.
All I need to say is Matt is speaking, and that will answer the question of yes, I am
Well,
feeling
yeah, that's
uncomfortable.
That is true.
All descended from two people, and they had the ability to diversify. Bible says we are.
So wait, did he just call Out of Africa racist?
Yep.
He also implied that the different individual skin colors are due to different ancestors, not the fact being that we only varied in the melanin content depending on where the latitude that we exist on is. But
Crying out loud, Matt. Come on.
We are all of one blood, all the nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth. But what does Black Lives Matter say? This is on their website. We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. What's the goal of Black Lives Matter? To disrupt normal family activity. Did you catch that? Oh, they're about acceptance. They just love everyone.
I don't.
That rings a bell. I think it came up
Yeah.
on another video not long ago.
I believe so, yes.
And I seem to recall that that's not what that said. I know. Matt making shit up, that never happens.
Yeah, I think they're more like that they were trying to disrupt the requirement of having a nuclear family, basically. I'm sort of paraphrasing, of course, but I think it's more to disrupt the traditional values kind of thing. Like they're not trying to disrupt the families themselves. They're trying to disrupt this paradigm of that you need a nuclear family kind of thing, which of course Powell doesn't like because, you know, Jeebus.
Oh, yeah, the nuclear family was invented by Jesus in the Bible.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, he got married and had 2.3 children.
it says in the Bible that a man can have many wives, as many as he can support. So where does the nuclear family come into it?
Well, it's just a sort of conservative traditional paradigm that they've sort of made up as being biblical for some reason. I have no idea.
So the same logic that the United States was founded on Christian beliefs, even though God is with us, was only put into the 1950s. Got it.
Basically. Yeah.
Everyone, look, if we don't have more families, more children, you know what's going to happen? We're going to have more broken homes. And you know what that creates? If you disrupt the nuclear family structure, like Black Lives Matter is suggesting, it's going to create broken homes, broken people, broken society.
Isn't that
You
your
wanna throw our
entire
nation into
fucking
a
sales
third
pitch, though, Matt? Isn't you're already a broken person? You cannot help yourself. You need Jesus to save you because you're helpless. That shit pisses me off.
Also, yeah, he just said not having kids leads to a broken home. You confusing yourself here, Matt? Because I thought you were supposed to be confusing us.
Matt's a pretty sloppy thinker.
A little bit.
Well, he was sloppy
country
seconds.
real fast. Forget the Bible then. Turn on God, because God
Yeah, probably.
will allow us to be turned over to this. So a normal family, they want to disrupt it. And they're so clueless. These protesters are so clueless that the BLM protesters ended up burning down their own houses.
Yes, it's the
They're literally
protesters
so
who
out
are
of
clueless, Matt.
their minds and so angry that they literally burnt down their own houses.
Who
They're
burnt down
so
their own house?
clueless, and they're looking for something.
What was that?
Citation needed, please. Who burnt down their own house? I mean, they burnt down businesses. Well, the rioters did, not necessarily the Black Lives Matters protesters. But, like, who burnt down their own house? As far as I know, no residential properties were burnt down in the sort of, riots after the protests, as far as I know.
I don't know off the top of my head. To be honest, well, like when.
Yeah, I'm not researching any more
I
Matt's shit
was-
today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's totally fair.
I'm tired brain.
No,
But
that's
also,
sorry.
just like
Yeah.
during that time, I was kind of distracted when all that was going on, so I didn't pay too much attention to the news.
Mhm.
There were a few other world events.
There were.
Let me tell you what they need is the Lord Jesus Christ. The Bible says they need to look to Jesus to have peace. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. They burnt down the Minneapolis police station.
That they
Out of
did,
control.
yes.
But Christianity is dangerous. The nuclear family is dangerous. No, this is dangerous. They need to be saved. They need severe help. They disregard the police. Let me tell you something. We should be thankful for the police that we have. We need the police. The Bible tells us, submit yourselves to everyone and submit for the Lord's sake.
Yeah, when a guy's kneeling on my back preventing me from breathing, I'll be real thankful for that. Yeah. Yeah.
So another story that I covered in this evening stream, St. Louis Police Department, middle of the night, drive their car directly into the front of a bar, smash in the front wall. The employees, of course, are like, what the fuck are you doing? And the police start arresting all of them for being mad at the police for smashing through their wall.
What?
They arrested one of the owners on assault. There's a gazillion witnesses got them on their own phone cameras and showed that there wasn't actually assault. The police were being belligerent because it was a gay bar, so it's hard to say if the police smashed it deliberately to fuck up the gay bar or if they just lost control of their car and wanted to cover for it or anything in between. But yeah, that's still a developing story.
Wow. Where was this?
St. Louis.
And you'd
You
rather
know
this
what?
than, a couple of really angry lizards and spiders and stuff. Well,
I think this calls for a little bit of Electric Six.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? I guess it is legal for me to poison one of the things. I guess I'll go with Australia.
yeah.
Help, please, help.
As supreme, we could use our president, for example, whether you like him or not, or unto governors, as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers. God put laws in place so that evildoers could be punished. We need the nuclear family for a healthy
Isn't
society.
that
We get
the
rid of the
point
nuclear
of
family.
judgment for evildoers to be punished?
I get the feeling that Matt Powell doesn't understand social contract theory. I'm getting the definite
No.
understanding that he doesn't understand that.
He also doesn't understand his Bible, but frankly, I don't think he understands anything. In fact, I would be very much surprised if his children were actually his, because I don't think he understands how that works either.
Oh, come on, we're all thinking it. But you are the first to say it, though.
Hey, maybe he paid like half attention to the Making Babies series.
Oh,
Family.
he learned from
Our
Pornhub.
society will.
I was meaning Kent's series, but no, he doesn't touch any of that
Look,
unholy.
if someone pays half
stuff.
attention to Making Babies, it's half more than anybody else has. So, I guess that's in his favor.
Yeah, it's probably half more attention than I'm paying him at the moment.
That's true.
Kent's so weirdly proud of that. Like, no one's refuted it. No one cares. Go away.
No one really wants to hear what Kent's version of that is. I wonder if there's storks in it, though. I am curious about that.
Just watch the next episode. It'll be on storks.
If storks bring babies, who brings babies to storks?
They're made special
Literally
by God.
famished. The Bible says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And that's why in schools across America, they're promoting witchcraft to the kids. They're promoting
What?
Satanism. And if you don't,
Are they now? I must have missed that class.
I know. I'm like, if they had
gotta
a
hear.
class.
I'm sorry, I've got to hear about this witchcraft. This is too good.
Yeah, let's.
I'm
think this
sorry.
is
I
true.
think my
Go
what
to
the
your
fuck
local
meter
school.
broke.
Did it break it so hard?
It sort of went. I don't know if
school, and you'll find that Satan Con and Satan clubs are popping up everywhere. Bible says all those who hate me love death. These Satanists, they always say that they don't really believe in the devil.
So he really doesn't understand like the after school Satan club. Those things are like a response to schools doing the Christian clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly,
That
I'm all
are-
for them. Like, I saw a thing on them and they said, hey, we want to teach them self-esteem and, teach the kids that they're valued and they have worth. And I'm going, that actually sounds pretty good compared with the sort of Christian, well, you're nothing but fallen trash that deserves to be burnt kind of thing. Like, there was nothing in it that was objectionable.
I know a lot of the shit. There's a lot of parents who wish the Satanic Temple would bring a Satan club to town, but their policy is they only bring it in when a Christian club knocks down that First Amendment door.
Yep.
Alas.
Devil, it's just a funny charade. Look, if you're worshiping death, if you're worshiping darkness, what does that mean?
You're worshiping
This
death,
light.
Matt.
Has that ever crossed
literally.
your mind that if there's evil, what
You
There's man in a
fantasize
blood
about an
sacrifice
afterlife and
cult.
strive to be worthy of it.
and you only get the benefit of what they're preaching after you die.
Mm-hmm. You're supposed to long
Your
for
mis-
death. This life is just a hurdle to be overcome to get to paradise.
Your Messiah is literally a zombie.
Damn it! Why don't I have a zombie Jesus?
You
Like
really
which?
should.
Now I understand why there's so many women in religion. He loves me for my mind. He's a zombie. I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going back to my naughty corner.
Becky.
What is there? Good. If there's bad, there's good. And if there is lies, what else is there? Truth. Ultimate truth. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Oh,
Jesus
well, if
is the
some
truth. Jesus
mythical
is the
character
Savior.
said it,
He has a
must be
solution
true.
written out in the Bible for all of these issues. This is a message to America to wake up. And let me tell you something. This is the last verse. If my people, that's talking about us Christians, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Look, you got sin in your life. You're not showing up to church. You're living in wickedness. You got to turn from your wickedness, not to be saved. These people are already saved. Then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin and heal their land. You want to know how we can save America? It's the church stepping up, the church saying that we need to do this. Now, I'm with this thought. If you had the solution for cancer, the ultimate solution, would you not give
Almost
it to somebody?
done.
would you not go knock on their door if they had cancer? If somebody's in a burning building, would you not knock on their door and say, watch out? As awkward as it may be, even though I don't always enjoy it, I will happily go knock on people's door and ask them, are you going to heaven? Because we have the faith, we have the person, Jesus Christ, that's the answer.
Oh, fucking.
Well, he said if someone's building is burning, wouldn't you knock on their door? Well, yeah, but nobody can see the fire. Like you're sort of
fire.
Exactly. It's sort of supernatural fire that nobody can see except you, and you're knocking on people's doors going, "Hey, call the fire department." It's like, no, you freaking weirdo.
No, he's not saying call the fire department. I'm here to save you from the invisible fire that only I can see.
I mean, maybe a better analogy, like you're running around screaming at the sky. Sorry, my earbud just died. You're running around to people on the sidewalk screaming that the sky is falling and they need to get to shelter.
Sure.
The end is coming. The end is coming. When?
Sure, chicken.
Someday.
Sorry, I gotta
grab
my
indeterminate
earbud.
to be determined.
There it is. What was that?
The end is coming.
End is nigh. But yeah, that finally is Matt Powell done. Like, I think this is the longest Creation Science Theater.
Really?
Or have we had a 5.5 hour one before?
I don't know. We might have. It's possible.
Yeah, I think the longest one was when it was just the two of us and they were really going heavy into geology, and that just went
I
down.
was just about to say, was it geology?
Yeah.
Probably.
It was one of the
never
earlier
happens.
ones, and they were talking smack about geology, and we just went down so many rabbit holes.
No, that doesn't sound like us. Oh dear. But it is 1 a.m. for me. I know it's 2 a.m. for Upper. Ugh. So,
Yar.
thank you all for joining. Thank you, Maya, for popping by for 4 3/4 hours. Oh dear. Anyone have any closing thoughts on Matt Powell or the subjects we touched on?
Well, I'm disappointed he didn't get into more magic, because I want to know how satanic clubs are teaching magic to kids. Like, I want a club near me. I want to be a wizard. God damn it. Yeah, and he does this kind of rant, and I've sort of been paying attention to preachers lately. This sort of emotional language, this emotional sort of, it's really bad. It's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
At least as you can see, there's not that many people in the audience when they zoom out, kind of thing. At least there's that.
Well, we can only hope there will be fewer as time goes on.
Well, there will be, because their entire thing is, don't do this, kids. It's bad. And it's, if you don't have a good reason and you don't sort of explain why it's bad, they're going to do it.
Yes, that's human nature. If we can do a thing, someone's gonna.
Don't touch it. It's
Especially
hot.
children.
It's hot. I told you, didn't I?
Exactly. And that's how we sort of learn. But with kids, I think you have to sort of go, okay, there's consequences for this and that and the other, kind of thing, and explain to them in really real terms what it actually means. And of course, Matt's incapable of that, because he doesn't. He's using blind faith himself, so he can't justify any of this stuff.
Yup.
Yeah. Oh dear. Well, let's see. Mark, Ember, either of you have anything neat coming up in the near future? Any fun plans?
Yes. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be gaming on my channel for the first time. So, yeah. And if you want to see the adventures of Hovind, a legally distinct entity in every way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Play a cult simulator for no reason whatsoever. No reason he's playing a cult simulator. Then tune in to Mark Reed Atheism. I'll see how it goes. Might have some fun.
Sounds like a fun time.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, don't mind me. I am finally catching up on being tired.
No, I hear it, buddy.
Yeah.
Ember, how
But
about you?
Ember, what you got going on?
Oh, a bunch of stuff. The regular video on Saturday. I've got a debate review with Mark Saturday evening, my Saturday. And Sunday, I'm doing my normal Sunday show, but it also happens to be part of Purple Rhymes with Orange's relay race of streams. I'll hand off to Maya at the usual time. I may be doing some on the 25th also. That's indeterminate. Maybe. And probably some random live streams maybe at some point, because my schedule is chaos right now. So yeah, if you're subscribed, go, make sure the notification bell is actually rung so you don't miss when a live stream just appears.
Yes, please do. If you've somehow found yourself here without meeting either of these two wonderful people or Maya, please go check them out. They shall be linked in the description as soon as the stream is over. But yeah, I don't know, Beams, do you have any shitposts planned?
No, I'm actually working with someone to actually get that debate channel I'm talking about going. I still haven't set it on the name, but he's giving an overlay to allow people to join in. So instead of actually having people super chat to get a question, they join beforehand, and then they can actually come in and ask their question live.
Oh, that could be a fun.
That'll be really handy, especially when the channel's still growing and doesn't have super chats turned on yet.
They're also getting an overlay so they can make applications for both questionnaires as well as people who wish to debate. It's just taking longer than I expected.
You might want to try coordinating with Bree. She's actually working on getting stuff set up on her end too.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just dump all the stuff on her and she can have fun with it.
Well, she's got a really snazzy OBS overlay, at least. Looks really nice, actually.
Oh, I didn't even see that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a friend of mine running the website for it to get the background stuff done. I haven't done anything with overlays or anything like that.
Oh, all right. With that out of the way.
It's actually just set up for the aspects of formal debates. I don't think people will be used to that, seeing the way that YouTube debates go, because it's a completely different. It's a very different monster to deal with.
Well, Debate Cafe used to do it. I'm not sure what's happened to Snake. I haven't seen him for ages. I sent him like an email. I might send him another one and see if he's still around. But they used to do stuff like that.
Snake is right?
Yeah, Snake was right. Taylor.
Could have sworn I saw him on Standing for Truth a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Maybe?
I haven't been on.
Might be misremembering.
You could be right.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you to my guests. Thank you to the people in the chat. Hope you had fun. Yeah, have a good evening, folks. See you soon.